Test, test. Testing. Testing. Go. Hello, everyone. I can't hear myself. Hello everyone and welcome to day 4 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, live once again from the Prisme Arena in Bobigny, Paris. And we now enter the business end of what has already been a spectacular tournament across the past 3 days. 8 clubs across the globe have competed in a group stage brimming with drama, passion and quality. We've witnessed remarkable goals, standout individual displays and tactical battles that have underlined just how far the sport continues to grow. Now the group stage is complete. 4 teams remain in the race for the title, having finished first or second in their respective groups, while the remaining 4 shift their focus to the placement fixtures where pride, progression and a strong tournament finish are all on the line. We begin day 4 with a 5th versus 5th and 8th semi-final clash. Rayados Powerchair of Mexico take on Club Nacional de Football of Uruguay, a contest between 2 proud Latin American sides looking to finish strong after difficult group stage campaigns. The winners of today's 5th to 8th semi-finals will go on to compete for 5th place tomorrow, while the defeated sides will contest the 7th place match, both crucial fixtures for teams looking to end their campaigns on a high and leave Paris with pride intact. Later in the day, the winners of the 2 main semi-finals will earn their place in the prestigious final, where they'll have the chance to etch their name into the history and be crowned Powerchair Football Club World Champions. Whatever happens, we're guaranteed passion, drama and a showcase of Powerchair football. For Rayados, it's been a tough tournament, who have found themselves up against some of the best in the world. They began their journey with a 15-0 defeat at the hands of French champions Villeneuve, who were relentless from start to finish. Game 2 saw improvement, but the scoreline remained unkind as they fell 5-0 to Tigres de Pacheco. Their final group clash came up against Aspire, and while they ultimately lost 9-1, it marked a historic moment when Roberto Camiro, via tenacious pressing and persistence, earned Rayados their first ever goal at the FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. It was a fitting reward for a player who has been a constant bright spark in their campaign, and it gave the side a morale boost to build on heading into today. They'll also be buoyed by the return of captain Ruben Sanchez, who missed that final group game through suspension after receiving a red card in their match against Tigres de Pacheco. His leadership, his composure, his presence could prove vital as Rayados look to carry their momentum into this morning's tie. Mario Gutierrez and Vicente Campos are yet to truly impose themselves on this tournament, but that will surely be one of their main aims heading into today's fixtures. With Club Nacional de Football, who finished third in Group A, they were drawn into a fiercely competitive group with Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and West Bromwich Albion, as well as Western Sydney Wanderers. Their opening fixture against West Bromwich Albion ended in a narrow 2-1 defeat, and despite that loss, they really showed promise, pressing high, contesting well, and creating chances. They followed that up with a 0-0 draw against Western Sydney Wanderers, a performance that was defined by their discipline and organisation in defence. And on reflection, maybe they should have got 3 points, but their group stage concluded with a 5-1 loss to host Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, who were already through to the semi-finals, and they really showcased their attacking firepower, boosted by the eagerly awaited and anticipated return of Mohamed Guilherme. Lucia Barbosa provided a silver lining, netting brilliantly. That gave Nacional a moment to savour despite the result. Francisco Wild, just as he was for Uruguay in the 2023 World Cup, has been the heartbeat. His relentless energy sets the tempo. And Marco Diaz has also made a strong impression across the week, scoring a stunning goal against West Bromwich Albion and consistently showcasing real technique, flair, composure in tight spaces. And his unorthodox style and unpredictable shot selection have been a joy to watch. There's no denying Club Nacional's spirit and structure. They've frustrated oppositions, taken moments, and been competitive in all 3 games. And they'll view this fixture as a huge opportunity to cap off their week with a statement performance with a place in tomorrow's 5th, 6th placement match on the line. Both of these will be eager to give everything. I am delighted once again to be joined on commentary by Charlie McClellan. How are you, Charlie?
I'm good, thank you. I'm looking forward to this. As I've said all week, I enjoy the group stages, but the knockout stages are where I really get excited. I think these are going to be fantastic games today. This one, and then Aspire versus Western Sydney Wanderers, and then our 2 magnificent semi-final clashes. I am so excited for it. I think there's going to be some drama, some intensity, some great football played at times. I think these sides probably have a bit more liberty to play with, a bit more freedom than potentially the sides that are going to be playing in the semi-finals later. Rayados have grown into this competition, as you mentioned, and Club Nacional have probably deserved more than they've ended up getting in many of their clashes. There is a world in which they picked up 4 points from their group stage games, which would have been a fantastic return. They were really unlucky in that game against West Bromwich Albion. They didn't deserve to lose that game, in my opinion. I've actually watched quite a lot of that game back as well, and they were the side that were dominating for the vast majority of it. And then when you look at their game against Western Sydney Wanderers, they had the chances. Yesterday was a bit more difficult for them against Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, but even then they had chances. They scored a great goal. Yeah, they've been very good. Club Nacional, they've been one of my favourite teams to watch in this competition. They're full of flair. It's been very good as we are nearly ready to go here.
Yeah, completely agree with your assessment of Club Nacional. They have been brilliant, and their accumulation of points is not a reflection of what we've seen across the week thus far, But we said yesterday, following their defeat to hosts Upsilon, that their ultimate objective now should be, and very much could be, being the best of the rest, going for that 5th place in the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, as our central referee, Caroline Goldsborough, gets proceedings underway. She's complemented by Clement Bertilou and Leo Freyga, Nico Ballin, the 4th official, as Ruben Sanchez back into the starting 4, straight into a battle. An unfamiliar setup for the Mexicans. It's the first time we've seen Ruben Sanchez adorn that goalkeeper jersey. It's typically been used and worn by Roberto Camero, as Marco Diaz tries to pick out Lucia Barbosa, who again has been brilliant across the tournament.
Yeah, she really has. She's been one of the standout players.
When you're assessing those 3 attacking players of Club Nacional, they all complement each other so nicely and bring different skill sets.
Yeah, I think that I've been disappointed at times with the... I feel like they could do more. They have passed the ball really well at stages. I'd love to see them try and do it more consistently, get the ball out of contact. I mean, I know they have the dribbling prowess of Francisco Wild in the centre, and it's a very easy choice to spend a lot of your time in contact and in the dribble to get your team up the court. But if they just move that ball a bit quicker with the technical ability that their players possess and the intelligence of their players, I think they'd probably be a lot better off, and probably would have been a lot better off for the entire tournament.
Yeah, that player on your screens, Lucia Barbosa, now scored a lovely goal against Upsilon, as Ruben Sanchez fires it deep into the heart of the Club Nacional half. Beautiful pass from Marco Diaz to locate Lucia Barbosa, who's putting pressure on Jesus Osuguera, just patiently waiting for that opening into Francisco Wild. Well blocked by Roberto Camero.
Yeah, that pass from Marco Diaz is exactly what we've come to expect from the number 8 now.
We widely praised the efforts of Rayados yesterday in their defeat to Tigres de Pacheco. It was, of course, that late red card, as Caroline Goldsborough gives the first warning of the day to Francisco Wild. The match officials across this competition have adopted kind of a 3-strike system. You're given 2 warnings before a yellow card is awarded. The 4th, of course, resulting in a red, as Ruben Sanchez, as I was going to go on to say, was brilliant against Tigres. Really unfortunate for him to miss that final game, as it goes back to Francisco Wild. You're probably just seeing that resilience of the Mexicans, whilst their organisation there wasn't great. Roberto Camero needed to vacate that space quicker to allow his captain to defend that box. So an indirect free kick for Club Nacional will be taken by Francisco Wild. Has to go via the chair of either a teammate or opponent. Lucia Barbosa well set to push it into the path of Francisco Wild. 180 over to Marco Diaz. A beautiful goal. Well worked opportunity from that set piece. All 3 attacking players contributing. You're seeing it pushed into the path of Francisco Wild, who had the accuracy on the 180, and Marco Diaz, as he has done all tournament, the poacher in the box.
Yeah, that's a great finish from Marco Diaz with the front bumper. I really like that he opted for that. Just such a deft, just touch into that back post. But yeah, really well worked. Lucia Barbosa gets the front bumper exactly right to Francisco Wild, and his spin is yeah, perfect. Very good play from the 3 attacking players of Club Nacional, and yeah, deserved lead.
Roberto Camero over to Mario Gutierrez. Almost an immediate equaliser. I don't think Mario Gutierrez was completely aware as to the ball's placement. Either way, it's a bright moment for the Mexican champions. Club Nacional earned their ticket to this tournament via a second place finish in the 2024 Copa Libertadores, finishing second to Tigres de Pacheco. I think that epitomizes the quality in South America, that both of these representatives have come to represent their continent and respective countries with real credit.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Tigres de Pacheco later in their semi-final against Upsilon. It's going to be one of the fieriest games I think we've seen in Powerchair football history, maybe. I just hope that it's allowed to have a bit of personality and it's not distorted, as we've seen some of the games, by constant infringements.
Marco Diaz over to Lucia Barbosa. The passing patterns of these three players has been brilliant as Lucia Barbosa was set to capitalise. It took a crucial touch off her Rayados chair out for a corner. But they're three in the box signalled by our referee. So another indirect free kick will resume play. They capitalised and scored their first effort. Can they replicate that here? Looks as if Lucia Barbosa may replicate that earlier style and setup, pushing it into the path of Francisco Wild. She now just drops off to take a position on the left. Marco Diaz, keep an eye out for that potential unorthodox shot. Lucia Barbosa does push it into the path as suspected, but that time the Rayados defence well organised.
Yeah, it's good defensive work from Rayados. I mean, they bail themselves out because three in the box is always a very silly foul to give away.
Into Lucia Barbosa. Over to Marco Diaz. Completely masks and disguises his intention there. The two Mexican defenders of Ruben Sanchez and Jesus Osuguera suspected that his shot would go to the left-hand side of the post. That was not the case. As Lucia Barbosa fires a shot, doesn't quite make the contact. It's a very high press from the Uruguayans. Be hard to break it as it falls to Francisco Wild, who attempts an effort, a goal, beautiful shot. An equally good save from Ruben Sanchez. And now a chance to break.
Yeah, that's a great strike from Francisco Wild. We know it's something he's got in his locker. We've seen a couple of those attempts over the week. None of them yet have come to anything. Maybe today will be the day.
Nice brave pick off from Marco Diaz. Just to go through the full schedule of today, this the first of the kind of placement semi-finals. This will be followed at 12 o'clock by Western Sydney Wanderers versus Aspire before the big one. Semi-final one be contested between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and Tigres de Pacheco before Villeneuve Dask. As Lucia Barbosa fires it over the line. Once again, the combination play amongst those three attacking players. Absolutely brilliant.
That goal is all about Marco Diaz for me. That was unbelievable. Even like if it hadn't worked out to a goal, the fact that he sort of did that quick change of pace when this ball comes here, he takes it with him, spins at the exact right moment into that back post. And yeah, Lucia Barbosa is dialed in. She knows where the ball's going to go. She finishes it excellently. Fantastic play from the Uruguayans again.
I think you perfectly summarised it, Charlie, in your opener to say that in kind of another world, Club Nacional are comprising one of the semi-finals this afternoon and evening. They've been brilliant throughout the tournament. The results just haven't gone their way, but you're probably seeing from this opening 10 minutes as we observe this water break just how good they are, how when they get their football going, they get those combinations between Francisco Wilde, Marco Diaz and Lucia Barbosa. They can be a threat for anyone.
Yeah, they can indeed. Rayados have had a difficult tournament, but yeah, this is not helping. Very good performance.
The fact that we haven't even uttered the name of Nicolas Poulas, the goalkeeper, as you're seeing their first goal on your screens now. Beautiful, well-worked set piece, capitalised on by Marco Diaz. Nothing Jesus Osuguera could have done to prevent it. And then an attempt from Francisco Wilde, looking to replicate that. But if you're the coaches of Club Nacional, Facundo Montanez and Bruno Diaz, you are very happy with what you're seeing. Due to the heat, the humidity, the intensity of this competition, we do observe a water break midway through every half of football. As pointed out on YouTube by Thomas Pettigrew, just the levels of performance from Tigres and Nacional. Looking forward to see how that translates to their national teams as they look for their tickets to Argentina next year. Obviously, Argentina as hosts will be present. Uruguay have to earn their ticket, but based on what we're seeing, that looks almost certainly to be the case, as Francisco Wilde with a free kick just on the edge, capitalised on. Marco Diaz once again with a goal. The set-piece routines that they're adopting have been brilliant.
Yeah, Marco Diaz again at that back post. Such a good finish, just so calm and composed. That ball from Francisco Wilde. Lucia Barbosa again acting as just that bit of movement to fool the Rayados defence. Yeah, the Club Nacional are putting on a bit of a show here. And what I asked for was for them to be a bit more smooth and more passing and really work as a team and be less about individuals in this game. And they've done that, and I'm very happy watching them play in this way. Lucia Barbosa, Marco Diaz and Francisco Wilde are really clicking right now, and it's been very entertaining to watch.
So 2 goals and a beautiful assist for Marco Diaz sees them lead 3-0 at the 13-minute mark. As Roberto Camiro, with rare presence in the Club Nacional's half. Into Marco Diaz, looking for that hat-trick. Cleared by Ruben Sanchez. Nice control by Francisco Wilde, but the adjustment from the Rayados captain prevents Wilde from operating. Good pressure from Mario Gutierrez, but Lucia Barbosa happy to receive that ball in the centre. Can't quite make contact. But overall, has been acknowledged by Jay Pixton. Such entertaining football from the South Americans in this competition. Such an incredible celebration of the sport, bringing all different interpretations and cultures together. As Ruben Sanchez is given a warning from Caroline Goldsborough.
Yeah, he's quite unlucky there, I think. Just trying to dribble the ball. Francisco Wild, if anything, spinning makes it very difficult for him to not push that ball against his back wheel.
Into a stationary Marco Diaz. Didn't engage that ball, which invited the pressure from Roberto Camiro.
It's very well worked, though, from Pulas and Francisco Wild. They just deal with that little bit of pressure. Pulas acting as a bit of a screen, and then his number 9 can come in and take that ball out.
Into Lucia Barbosa, nicely splitting ball through the heart of that Rayados midfield as Marcos Diaz just sweeps it, intending for Marco Diaz, and a shot from Lucia Barbosa. Fairly relentless this from Club Nacional. What's been even more impressive to me is how disciplined they've been with those 2-on-1 infringements. Whilst they seem to be everywhere with that press, they don't give away a great deal of 2-on-1s, which is a testament to their organisation, their communication, their chemistry as a 3.
Yeah, of course, now they're going to give away a flurry of 2-on-1s after you said that. The commentator's curse.
Delighted to have Ruben Walls tuning in. Jesus Osugera into Roberto Camiro, quickly pounced on by Lucia Barbosa as Marco Diaz does well to vacate the space on that left-hand wing. Very aggressive play, but controlled aggression from Francisco Wild in a competition that's had and seen so many yellow cards. He has been controlled, he has been disciplined, but that hasn't been as a result of decreased kind of mentality and vigour, as he has a kick in just in front of the coaching setup of Rayados. Just switching to Lucia Barbosa now, who will likely just push it into the path of Francisco Wild. Just patient play, managing the game brilliantly as we approach the half-time break. Still Rayados 0, Club Nacional 3. Into the box, just wide of that right-hand post.
Yeah, still probing away here, Club Nacional. They want more goals. There's going to be a contact foul, actually, against Lucia Barbosa. I think he just accidentally clips the back wheel of Ruben Sanchez there.
Yeah, just based off the precedent set, the right decision. Jesus Osugera has to be very careful of these balls. Yeah, very angled pass to Mario Gutierrez. That's much better. I think if you're a team such as Rayados, you can adopt almost kind of an NFL approach in just trying to force the ball up, just fragment the momentum of Club Nacional and take your chances if and when they come.
Yeah, they're pressed up very high here. Rayados just need to be a bit careful, need to make sure that they're picking up all of the players at all times. That was well defended. Just had one in behind each of the Club Nacional players. Not a lot of movement. Forced the ball out for a kick in.
Great game up next. Western Sydney Wanderers against Aspire. As Francisco Wild passes it to Lucia Barbosa. He just has a bit of everything as Lucia Barbosa slots a beautiful pass over to Marco Diaz. Follows up the second ever. Really well defended by Jesus Osugera. This is such good football from the Uruguayans.
Yeah, that's really unlucky. Oh.
This is really unfortunate. And just as was the case in Rayados' game against Tigres de Pacheco with the same referee. Carolyn Goldsborough sends off Jesus Osugera, who she deems to have left the court to prevent a clear goal being scored. It's so unfortunate, as you're seeing from your screens now. There's nothing in it. It's millimetres.
If he even does leave it there.
For me, having the afforded ability to watch the replays, I don't think he had left. I think he was still just on the orange tape that designated that touch line. And what was shaping up to be a really good game is now going to be very likely to be a dominant Club Nacional win. So unlucky as Francisco Wild slots it past Ruben Sanchez. Rayados 0, Club Nacional de Football 4.
Yeah, we've seen it again. Massive decisions influencing games. It's getting very tiring watching this here at this FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. Very tiring indeed. I mean, let's not take it away from Club Nacional. They were going to win this game regardless. They have been very, very good. Very good. But yeah, that red card just adds a sour taste in the mouth as we go into half-time.
Yeah, absolutely. Half-time stage here at the Prisme Bobigny. Club Nacional go into the break with a commanding 4-0 victory. Their breakthrough came courtesy of Marco Diaz, finishing off a beautifully worked set piece with precision and flair. Lucia Barbosa added the second, latching onto a sublime assist from Marco Diaz. Marco Diaz, the scorer once again to make it 3-0, this time supplied again by Francisco Wild. The half ended in dramatic fashion. A penalty was awarded after Jesus Osugera was shown red for denying a clear goal-scoring opportunity. The second time in this tournament that Rayados have seen red for such an incident, mirroring the dismissal of captain Ruben Sanchez earlier in the week. Francisco Wild calmly converted to cap off a dominant half. Join myself, Ryan Zippel, and Charlie McClellan for the second half shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half of this placement semi-final between Rayados Powerchair and Club Nacional de Football. As you can see from your screens, Club Nacional lead by 4-0. A brilliant first half performance from the Uruguayans. A notable moment, of course, that late red card for Jose Guerra. As per the laws of the game, any player who denies the opposing team a goal or an obvious goal-scoring opportunity by illegally preventing the ball from completely crossing the line must be shown red. Goalkeepers, of course, being the exception. In the case of Jesus Osugera, he was not wearing the designated goalkeeper jersey and thus did not have the privileges of a goalkeeper. After reviewing the footage, it's incredibly close. From our angle, it looks as though either his back wheel is in contact with the line or his front bumper is hovering just above it. But ultimately, the decision falls to referee Caroline Goldsborough. As there's nothing Ruben Sanchez can do to prevent the goal. As you're seeing, 3 players at the disposal of Rayados, as I was going to get on to say, due to the classification of players in Powerchair football, you have to field a PF1 at any one time. And due to due to Vicente Campos' classification as a PF2, they're going to have to play the remainder of this game, and more importantly, their final game, with just 3 players.
Yeah, that's gutting. That really is gutting for Rayados. Such a horrible way to end the tournament. That goal from Francisco Well was very impressive, though. The dribbling skills, a good dummy, which is what really sent Ruben Sanchez in the Rayados goal.
I feel so much for Rayados, and whilst they were never likely to get anything from this game due to the dominance of Club Nacional, you never want to see a team go down to 3 players, especially when it's an incredibly tight, almost controversial decision. And
I think it's the going off the pitch rule is one that the players would love to see reviewed in the near future.
I think it needs to be a case-by-case basis, doesn't it? I mean, there was no kind of malice, there was no foul play.
Yeah, I completely understand if players are like driving round behind the goalpost and coming in and sweeping it off the line. But when they're trying genuinely to make a save and they go half an inch off the line, and
but even with that case, as Lucia Barbosa into the box, with that case, it's not a clear decision, and when it is showing, and will be so detrimental to how they finish their Club World Cup campaign, almost for the betterment of the sport. You have to just keep play moving. No one was appealing for it, but it is within the laws of the game. So if either Leo Frega or Caroline Goldsborough could see daylight between the line and the chair of Jesus Osugera, it has to be a red, as Francisco Wild over to Marco Diaz, just wide of that right-hand post. He's still desperately looking for his hat-trick.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to criticise. We're not necessarily criticising the officials here, because
no.
I think if, like, for example, if they have seen that, then they have a responsibility to enforce the laws of the game. That is what they're here for. It's elite sport at the end of the day. But I think it's more just, yeah, the laws of the game. Are they restricting potentially these football matches from being as entertaining as they could be? Are they potentially making players be scared to go into challenges or something like that? You know, is that an issue?
Mario Gutierrez coming off. It looks as if Vicente Campos will come on. I do want to reiterate that I regard Caroline Goldsborough as one of the best officials anywhere worldwide. It's just these are very subjective matters, aren't they?
Yeah.
And everyone will have their opinions, as we're seeing in the comment section. This is in no way a question of their integrity as officials.
Definitely not.
And that is just going to make for a fascinating debate. And sometimes you need occurrences like this to really get round a table together and assess the laws. Are they for the betterment of the enjoyment of the watching audiences and the players themselves?
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of discussion, particularly around like the implementation of the laws and the style of officiating this week. I mean, it's been a topic of hot debate in pretty much any comment section anywhere across FIPFA channels, across obviously the domestic FA channels, and throughout the sports centre the entire week here in Prisme Bobigny. It's something that will be looked at, and it's something that will be improved, I'm sure, by the next time we have a major international tournament.
Ruben Sanchez.
Marco Diaz is so isolated, but in such a lot of space up here, out on the out on the right-hand side for Club Nacional. You just think if that ball breaks to him, he's going to be pretty much guaranteed a goal.
Just the experience we have of watching plenty of Powerchair football in England, just his style of play, he would thrive in England, Marco Diaz.
Yeah, he would very much enjoy playing for an English side. I think I'd love to see some of the South American players make that transfer that Valentino Zegarelli did, you know. Even a player like Francisco Wild, if he added a bit of, you know, that passing and
we saw that in the first half, just before they had a breakaway. I was going to say, Francisco Wild has exhibited so many different styles of football this week. He can lock it up in the dribble, but he can play that expansive passing game. There's players we see, Momo Galame and Marcus Harrison, are the players that spring to mind who can change their form of football dependent on the situation. And Francisco Wild has had a brilliant tournament as he barges his way past Roberto Camira over to Lucia Barbosa. A deft touch disguised over to Francisco Wild. Can I just say, that pass from Lucia Barbosa was absolutely incredible. You're going to see it on your screen now. It hasn't showed the full context of how she received the ball. Likewise, the ball being squeezed through the chaises of Vicente Campos and Ruben Sanchez. This has been the coming of Club Nacional de Football on the world stage.
Francisco Wild. I mean, yeah, the Lucia Barbosa pass is fantastic, but that little gap that Francisco Wild managed to find is absolutely outrageous. Just manages to get it through those two chairs at such an angle as well. He's in reverse. He's, you know, not fully set, and he's sort of coming back off the pitch, just flicks it across. Marco Diaz will probably be frustrated with himself that he couldn't finish off what would have been another fantastic team goal. And the goal, of course, which would see him get his hat-trick as well.
Yeah, Francisco Wild and Marco Diaz both looking for that hat-trick. Good work from Vicente Campos to just almost engage that ball and then allow it to just roll over the line. I think Caroline Goldsborough just having a conversation with the Rayados number 11, maybe an element of obstruction, but no malice, so just sensible explanations from our referee as Ruben Sanchez has the goal kick. Well left by Roberto Camiro. Potential break on. I would like to see Roberto Camiro just break away, and he was almost caught ball watching there as Vicente Campos had an opportunity to break.
So we're approaching this water break. Rayados have looked solid with only three players actually since that sort of freak goal in the early 20 seconds of the half.
Out off the chair of Vicente Campos. I think for future Club World Cups, I think you probably want to see 2 groups of 5, because it's almost decided after the first game with you only being able to contest 3 group stages. And as people in the comment section are saying, it is kind of crazy to think that Club Nacional won't be one of the teams comprising the semi-finals, because based on what we're seeing here, and in the group stages for that matter, they have been brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favourite style of tournament is probably that one that we had at the FIPFA 2023 Powerchair
The big
Football
round
World
robin.
Cup. I love the big round robin, the league stage.
Francisco Wild's going to try and barge that over the line. He was trying to feint and dummy Ruben Sanchez. Yeah, just the ability to play every other team at the competition, so you experience all the other styles.
Yeah, I think I'd like because obviously last year it was a 5-day tournament, the FIPFA Champions Cup. I'd like a 6-day tournament. You have 4 days of round robin, as they had last year, and then you have, with obviously 2 courts running at once, and then you have 2 days of finals where you have like, you either do like a round of 16 if you get, quarterfinals if you want to do that, or you do semi-finals one day, and then you have a date designated for the final. I think it is really important to designate a day for the final. I don't like when teams are playing semi-finals at 9 o'clock in the morning and then a final at 7 o'clock at night.
No, I think the organisation of this one has been brilliant. I just wonder if we could facilitate more games, as Francisco Wild is going to probably look for Lucia Barbosa. Goes for goal himself, and it's fired off the back wheel of Roberto Camero. I'm just going to watch the replay back to see whether it will go down as a Francisco Wild goal. I suspect it will, so he's likely to secure his hat-trick. But with it being indirect, of course, he has to go via the chair of an opponent or teammate, so it will be Roberto Camero own goal. Rayados 0, Club Nacional de Football 6.
Yeah, that's a great piece of intelligent play from Francisco Wild. He knew that there was, if he got enough power on it, no way Roberto Camero was going to get out of the way of that. Very intelligent play.
Seeing the coaches of Club Nacional, they have to be delighted. Of course, context needs to be applied with Rayados down to just 3 players following that first half red card of Jesus Osuguera. As already mentioned, due to the classification of their players needing to field 2 PF1s at any single time, they have to compete with just 3 players in the remainder of this game and their final game, which is looking like a 7th place playoff game tomorrow against the loser of Western Sydney Wanderers versus Aspire later today. But the atmosphere is building here at the Prisme Arena, a venue built with accessibility, inclusivity, and elite performance in mind. It was constructed as part of the 2024 Paris Paralympics and served as a training venue for the netball throughout that competition. In a strong statement, the Agitos, the large Paralympic symbol that adorned the Arc de Triomphe during those games, resides just outside. It has been an incredible week in an incredible venue, and we still have so much football left to be played as Francisco Wild just prevents that ball from meeting Nicolas Pulas, who won't have much quieter games within Powerchair Football. Certainly now, Jesus Osuguera has been sent off. You're seeing that substitute on your screens of Club Nacional. Marco Diaz will have to wait to secure his hat-trick as the voice of Powerchair Football, that is Tony Jackson, comes on in an unfamiliar attacking role, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, see what Tony Jackson can provide in a forward area. There's a yellow card to Robert Sanchez.
Yeah, Ruben Sanchez has been warned on a few occasions.
Sorry, I'm getting mixed up with the Chelsea goalkeeper, Robert Sanchez.
So Francisco Wild is looking at Tony Jackson, just giving him the eyes. Lucia Barbosa down this line. Something we've seen from this Uruguayan side in this game is the use of deception in masking their intentions. They've all done it brilliantly which has not only fooled the opposition, it's done us on the commentary gantry as well. But it's brilliant to see Francisco Wilde just pickpockets Ruben Sanchez. Down this line, over to Lucia Barbosa. Her pass selection has been brilliant. Often always adopts the correct choice of pass or shot. And whilst we rightfully praise the efforts of Francisco Wilde and Marco Diaz, the predominant goal scorers of this side, Lucia Barbosa, for me, has probably been the standout. She does such a unsung role, but she is the foundation that is keeping Club Nacional competitive.
Yeah, I don't think, I think she probably didn't get as much spotlight as she deserved at the World Cup in 2023. I think that was very much Francisco Wilde's tournament. He was given a lot of the credit for Uruguay's success. Brian Medina as well, obviously, what a player he is.
Wow, you're not wrong there. As Lucia Barbosa is going to attempt an effort, Vicente Campos to save that shot from Lucia Barbosa.
Does well to keep that in, actually.
Yeah, assuming that they qualify for 2026 Buenos Aires, Uruguay already, I just cannot wait to watch them play. Likewise with Argentina, as we said yesterday, with the America's qualification event coming up and Argentina being hosts. There is 3 tickets available as Tony Jackson fires it over the line. Once again, the set piece is the undoing of Rayados, and the voice of Powerchair Football makes it Rayados 0, Club Nacional de Football 7.
Yeah, good finish from Tony Jackson. The positioning of Lucia Barbosa again causing an issue for Rayados. She's just put herself in a bit of an awkward position to try and deal with. Jackson, unmarked at the back post, can just tap it home.
Rolls out the way. Substitute for Club Nacional sees Marco Diaz re-enter the action in place of the ever-impressive Lucia Barbosa, so no doubt he'll have a hat-trick on his mind. A little bit of contact off the ball between Roberto Camero and Tony Jackson. Nicolas Poulas. Nice pick off over to Marco Diaz. Fresh from his introduction. Good defending, but a chance here for Francisco Wilde. The gap was closed by Vicente Campos, and it is a crucial interception. Otherwise, Francisco Wilde would have secured his hat-trick.
Yeah, he's on the prowl, Francisco Wilde. He really wants that 3rd goal, you can tell.
Tony Jackson. His effort just wide of that right-hand post. Into Roberto Camero. Francisco Wilde, beautiful pass down to Tony Jackson, who tries to return the favour. Would have liked to seen him go across the box there, but that would have needed a lot of power and accuracy to locate Marco Diaz on the far side.
Yeah, he could have maybe gone on the reverse is what I would have asked for from Tony Jackson.
It's great to see Scott Goodman in the chat, one of the best Powerchair Football photographers in general, anywhere worldwide. Beautifully captured the 2017 FIPFA Powerchair Football World Cup in Florida. As Nicolas Poulas now, very advanced, the most he's been all game. Battling away with the keeper of Rayados. It's good work from Ruben Sanchez there, just to force it up the court. Of course, a goal will be nothing more than a consolation, as it was against Aspire yesterday, but you saw what it meant to them. They've travelled so far to be here. So it's going to be about taking those little moments and cherishing them.
Yeah, they've been quite solid considering that they've had 3 players for this entire second half. They've actually conceded less goals in this second half than they did in the first.
So Ruben Sanchez quickly taken. Don't think even the referee was set there. But Francisco Wild almost invites the pressure from Vicente Campos over to Roberto Camiro. I think he wanted Ruben Sanchez to be in the centre. Lovely little pick-off from Marco Diaz, who then backs off down that right-hand wing. As we get a very late substitute, which will see Lucia Barbosa enter the action. And for the last time this game, Tony Jackson, the player coming off.
They want one last goal. Club Nacional.
Francisco Wild into the box. Don't underestimate that touch from Lucia Barbosa. Very intentional. And that's contact, I think, in the box. So Caroline Goldsborough points to the spot.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with that one. That's a bit of a stonewall penalty. Vicente Campos just reversing into Lucia Barbosa. And now a chance for Francisco Wild to get that hat-trick that he's been craving.
No less than he deserves, I think. Francisco Wild slots home to score his hat-trick. He's been brilliant all game. He's created several. He's now scored 3. Rayados 0. Club Nacional de Football 8.
Yeah, he's been brilliant all tournament, Francisco Wild. Such a strong middle player for a team like Club Nacional. Really embodies what their system demands. What a fantastic footballer. I've really enjoyed watching him play, and I'm excited to watch him play for the last time live for a while tomorrow. Although I'll definitely be tuning into the America's Cup, which will hopefully be streamed live from Phoenix later this year. What to see him on Uruguayan duty with his national side.
Yeah, absolutely. Francisco Wild into Lucia Barbosa. Caroline Goldsborough glances at her watch and blows the full-time whistle. A dominant display from the Uruguayans. The game, certainly in the second half, dictated by that first half red card of Jesus Osuguera. As a result, the Mexican champions could only field 3 players. Francisco Wild, straight from the break, made it 5. Francisco Wild, via an indirect free kick, fired it off the back bumper of Roberto Camiro. Tony Jackson made it 7. And then finally from the spot, Francisco Wild, registering his hat-trick, made it 8. It does mean that Club Nacional de Football progress to tomorrow's 5th placement fixture against whoever is victorious between Western Sydney Wanderers and Aspire. Rayados will have to contest the winner in the 7th place game. But overall, a formidable display from the Uruguayans. Thank you to all that have tuned in, to myself, Ryan Sipple, and Charlie McClellan. We will be up next for the 12 o'clock fixture between Western Sydney Wanderers and Aspire. See you all then.
See you then.
Hello everyone and welcome back to day 4 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. Live from the Prisme Bobigny in Paris. And after a thrilling opening placement semi-final between two Latin American rivals, we now shift our attention to the second placement semi-final as Western Sydney Wanderers take on Aspire. Both Western Sydney Wanderers and Aspire came into this competition with high expectations, and whilst the results didn't quite fall their way across the group stage, both outfits have exhibited exactly why they belong at this level. The outcome of this tie holds real significance, the winner of which will progress to tomorrow's 5th position placement playoff, where they'll take on Club Nacional de Football of Uruguay, a side who look sharp, confident following their game earlier today. Meanwhile, the team that comes up short here will have one last fixture to contest, facing off against Rayados in the 7th position placement playoff. Western Sydney Wanderers on your screen now. We're drawn into that incredibly competitive Group A alongside Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, West Bromwich Albion and Club Nacional. The Wanderers found themselves on the back foot early on, falling to a 7-0 defeat against the host club. But credit to them, they responded with real character and organisation to earn a hard-fought point in a 0-0 draw against Club Nacional before eventually falling to a strong West Bromwich Albion side yesterday. One huge positive was the return of Zach Dickey, who injected energy, composure and threat into the side, and his presence alone has really lifted those around him. Andy Waite and Ben Keat, they've got a real offensive partnership capable of punishing, while Jackson Taylor in goal has made countless critical interventions to keep his side competitive. They have travelled thousands of miles to be here. The commitment they've shown both on and off the court has earned admiration. And now with one final challenge today, they'll want to sign off with a strong performance and give themselves a shot at 5th. Standing in their way are Aspire. It's been a week of near misses and flashes of brilliance from the English side. A narrow 1-0 defeat to Tigres de Pacheco early on, and a gritty 1-1 draw with Villeneuve left their semi-final hopes hanging in the balance, but they responded in style on day 3 with a dominant 9-1 victory over Rayados Powerchair in a game that saw John Dixon bag a sensational hat-trick. Aspire were fluid, they were focused, they were ruthless. Dan McClellan has impressed many in a more prominent central role, while the experienced John Boulder within that final game particularly anchored the team with his calm assurance on his return from suspension. There's no shortage of talent amongst the squad. The key today will be how they manage the pace and physicality of Western Sydney Wanderers while ensuring their clinical edge remains sharp. It's Australia versus England. It's Wanderers versus Aspire, with an important 5th place final spot at stake. My name is Ryan Sipple, and once again, I am delighted to be joined on commentary by Charlie McClellan. Charlie, give me your thoughts.
I think this will be a good watch. I think it's going to be a game played in very high spirits. The Australian side, Western Sydney Wanderers, and the English Aspire PFC have formed a bit of a friendship this week, staying in the same hotel, played in a friendly where they got pictured together, had lots of conversations between the players. Yeah, it'll be a good, I think, high-spirited game. Zach Dickey will embody that. He's wearing his headband. Aspire PFC's number 26, Rosie Hodgson, has nicked one of the headbands from his collection to represent his headbands in Aspire as well. It's going to be a very entertaining game. I'm looking forward to it, and I think it'll be a real breath of fresh air ahead of what are going to be very intense semi-finals later. I think this game will be a fantastic watch, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think Aspire probably go into it as considerable favourites. They played some of the best football at this tournament. They've been very unlucky. They'll feel devastated that they're not playing in the semi-finals later, but this just gives them a chance to play their football without pressure really on them. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to relishing that opportunity.
That I'm sure they will. You can see Andy Waite also adorning that Adidas headband. But they were much improved in their game against West Brom, and whilst it ultimately didn't go their way, they were competitive and they penned West Brom back. No doubt they'll take the experience, the adversity, the learnings from their opening 3 games into this one, and hopefully this should be a real cracker. Thank you to everyone who is tuning in across the YouTube stream. As always, get your comments, your thoughts, your predictions in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from across the world. Particular shout out to everyone in Australia, 8 o'clock in the evening there. Obviously in England, just approaching 11 AM. This the second of 4 games here in Paris before the real crunch games tomorrow. We have our first semi-final at 3 o'clock. Will be contested between hosts Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and Tigres to Pacheco in what is certain to be a fiery, closely contested knockout game. And then semi-final 2, Villeneuve, the second team hailing from France against West Bromwich Albion. So much football to look forward to as Aspire have this fluid warm-up in the right-hand half. The match officials for this one in the centre is Nico Balin. He is complemented by Australian Mark Simon Green and the French Clement Bertilou. The fourth official is Steve Crump. The atmosphere really building. I hope that comes across the stream.
Can't wait for the atmosphere later in the day as well when these semi-finals really kick off. It's going to be a massive crowd you'd expect, particularly in favour of host Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. The atmosphere last year at Cité de Sport in their final was absolutely magnificent, and you expect something to match that, if not surpass that, here at Prisme this year.
Most definitely. A big shout out to Charlie Hodgson, providing plenty of the noise you're hearing to help the atmosphere build here at the Prisme, an incredible, accessible venue on the outskirts of Paris that was built for the 2024 Paris Paralympics. We are set for a kickoff in just a few moments' time, as just out of shot, the ball is placed into the centre circle. So just to reiterate, the winner of this tie will face Club Nacional de Football for a shot at finishing 5th in the overall tournament. The loser will face Rayados.
Just building up to the game as Aspire sat in that team talk. We'll be discussing tactics. I overheard some of the Western Sydney Wanderers chats before the game as well. They were equally discussing the tactical side of the game, planning to try and hurt Aspire in behind, use the space behind Aspire's lines, middlemen, goalkeepers. Zach Dickey, of course, will try and lock this game up in the centre.
Seeing Rosie Hodgson with one of Zach Dickey's headbands. Slight contrast between the Nike and the Adidas. I'm sure if they were an official Nike team, she would be at breach. As you can see, we are getting ready for a great game here in Paris. We had so much quality in Club Nacional's win earlier today. Free-flowing, attacking football from the Uruguayans have set the standards, set the tone for the day. And now it's on either Western Sydney Wanderers or Aspire to match, as the sides switch halves. So Aspire kicking off from left to right in black, their goalkeeper in orange. Western Sydney Wanderers from right to left in white, their goalkeeper in green, as John Bolden tests Zach Dickey early on. The squad's in their entirety. Andy Waite in goal, Zach Dickey, Ben Keat and Jackson Taylor in an unfamiliar, certainly when you're referencing the games in which Western Sydney Wanderers have contested thus far, in a wide area. For Aspire, they have Tom Kelly, they have John Bolden, they have John Dixon, and they have Dan McClellan, who fires the ball over to John Dixon on the far side. He already has several goals to his name, and that was a beautiful crossfield ball from the Aspire number 7.
Yeah, fantastic pass, great delivery from Dan McClellan, so much power on it. Dixon probably did as well as he could have done with the finish. Just Zach Dickey so alert to it, get across quickly and cut it out.
Into the box, locked up by John Bolden.
Zach Dickey taking this goal kick.
Down to Ben Keat. John Bolden. Dan McClellan beautifully receives that in reverse. Over to John Dixon. That is a sensational goal. John Bolden initially, but Dan McClellan, the creator, he took the ball in reverse, and the diagonal splitting pass picked out John Dixon. Aspire 1, Western Sydney Wanderers 0.
Yeah, silky from Dan McClellan. That first touch just keeps it so close. The ball is perfectly timed. Finish from John Dixon. Beats Andy Way. He probably would have wanted to put it slightly more in the corner, but there we go. The flag celebrating Bristol City fan John Dixon. He is on form, goal-scoring form, and it's a good time to get into that goal-scoring form as well, considering Aspire have got that domestic cup final at the weekend back in England.
Absolutely. What a way for them to kickstart this placement semi-final. They now are in the driving seat. It's on Western Sydney Wanderers to do what they've been unable to do across their 3 games, and that's to register a goal. Every team bar Western Sydney Wanderers have seen the ball over the line. Expect roars of jubilation if they're able to do that. As Western Sydney Wanderers trying to adopt a high press to limit the opportunities, as John Bolden shows his frustration there. Just too much pace for him to control. Placed down by Clement Bertilou, the assistant on this near side. Ben Keat into Zach Dickey. Distributed out by Dan McClellan, and you can see the intention from John Bolden, but the execution not necessarily there. Had he made contact, John Dixon would have been set away.
Just doesn't quite get it right, John Bolden. Uncharacteristic.
Good communication from Zach Dickey. Really trying to buoy his team on. Again, the combination play between Bolden and McClellan. Really nice. Ben Keat trying to force his way past the captain of Aspire. John Dixon controls. Back to Bolden. Dan McClellan in space. Receives the ball across the face of goal. John Dixon lines up a shot just wide. of the right-hand post. Once again, the combination play is excellent.
Yeah, Aspire playing some really lovely stuff there. Maybe you'd expect John Dixon, if he's in a better position, he can just come onto it with the front bumper and just punch it into the goal.
Agreed. But a real baptism of fire for Western Sydney Wanderers in this one. Still trying to settle 4.5 minutes in. John Bolden out to Dan McClellan. It's something they keep going to. Yeah. Western Sydney Wanderers just not understanding the intention, because if you take players off of John Bolden, he'll have the option of Dan McClellan. If you try and commit players to surround Dan McClellan, John Bolden will punish you with his quality on the edge.
Yeah, when you've got two players of like that quality, that world-class status, which you have to say both players are now, it's very, very difficult to sort of mark them both out of the game.
Zach Dickey just screams that ball away from Dan McClellan, met by John Bolden. Again, Western Sydney Wanderers, a real brave approach, as that ricochet could have very easily found a way over the line. Thankfully for Zach Dickey and Western Sydney Wanderers, it doesn't. As Ben Keat intercepts. Nice splitting pass, intercepted by Zach Dickey. He won't have enough pace to catch up to it. But what I do like from Western Sydney Wanderers, whilst it comes with risks, they're committing Jackson Taylor and Ben Keat forward in desperate pursuit of that equaliser. But it, of course, leads to Aspire often having overloads in attack.
Yeah, Aspire just managing to cut through Western Sydney at the moment.
Dan McClellan can't get the purchase to find John Bolden, who fires it down the line. John Dixon with a chance to double, unselfish, into the path of Dan McClellan. Once again, it's the combination play of those three players. Aspire 2, Western Sydney Wanderers 0.
Yeah, Dan McClellan has his first goal of the competition. He was getting a lot of stick for that, not having scored yet yesterday. He will now be able to say that he's got a goal to his name, and it was a great team move again. Aspire just cutting through, as I said, Western Sydney Wanderers. Nothing Zach Dickey can do about it, even though he's so good at locking up the middle when the ball is just being pinged around him at rapid pace.
It goes back to what I said a few minutes ago about them having those overloads in attack because of how brave they are in committing Ben Keat and Jackson Taylor forward. You have to say, if you're the captain, Ben Keat, or the coaches in Jess O'Connor, you're probably saying to one of Jackson Taylor or Ben Keat, you have to come back and support. Whilst it will probably mean that we're less likely to score on the counter-attack due to the players performing a more defensive role, it does mean you're more defensively sound. It's the risk versus reward factor, but we're seeing Aspire really capitalise on them overloads.
Yeah, they're really enjoying the amount of space that they've been given in this game.
The right decision there from Zach Dickey, because John Dixon was there to receive had he not just fired it up the court. A lot for the Western Sydney Wanderers coaches to think about.
Yeah, I think this result and performance from Aspire is made even more impressive by the fact that it took West Bromwich Albion nearly 50, like quarter of an hour and a set piece to really open up Western Sydney Wanderers, and Aspire have seemed to be able to do it this morning with relative ease.
I think we saw in their game against Rayados, when they were already kind of out the competitive phase of the competition, and we're seeing now they're just playing without fear, without nerves, and with freedom, most importantly, and that's when they're best. As Don Dixon, diagonal ball, John Dixon puts his hand up in apology, out of play for a Western Sydney Wanderers ball.
Yeah, I think John Bolden probably should have followed that to the back post, but it's okay. A good move from Aspire again, being very creative in this game. They do need to tighten things up at the back though, certainly. Western Sydney Wanderers. I don't think Zach Dickey on his own is going to be able to do it in this game.
That's good, persistent work of Zach Dickey, who also wins his side there. Free kick, condensing that defence. I mean, even when Aspire are defending, they've got three players back.
They're just so they have such an easy method, Aspire, of turning that 3 players in defence into 3 players in attack. The positioning is so consistent and smooth. And McClellan just works his way around the ball. Doesn't quite get the power on that side hit he would have wanted.
Zach Dickey with a chance here, trying to capitalise on John Balding and Tom Kelly readjusting to prevent enforcing the ball. Andy Waite with a brilliant pick-off to just take it off the bumper of Dan McClellan, but a really big open space in behind the Wanderers number 2 as Jackson Taylor drops back. He's out of shot. I'd love to understand the decision to take Jackson Taylor out of goal, because as you've mentioned, Charlie, it took West Bromwich Albion a good amount of time to break them down. And as I said in the opener, I think Jackson Taylor has been so good defensively and limited many opportunities of the opposition. And I think Andy Waite, as we commended, performs a brilliant role in just breaking up the play, like Lucia Barbosa did with Club Nacional, like we see certain players do for their squad. So I wonder if we see that switch up.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love the decision. It's not really worked out so far. I think it was working defensively decently well for Western Sydney Wanderers, having Jackson Taylor in goal. I think that's his best position.
Not just that, I just think with Zach Dickey as that central orchestrator, Andy Waite there just sweeping things up, being a real nuisance. Whilst it may limit attack, Jackson Taylor isn't necessarily being used to his best qualities and ability, and Western Sydney Wanderers are going to have to start to get that third player in defence, otherwise this could be a really difficult game for them. They've got an opportunity here. Ben Keat down the line to be taken by Zach Dickey, put in the path of the American, who just feints, but Ben Keat unaware as to the ball's placement. Out of play for an Aspire ball.
Yeah, John Dixon coming very deep to take this kick in.
Nice control by Dan McClellan, flicks it into the centre of the court. John Balding doesn't engage at the first phase, but plays off the ricochet of Andy Waite. Now John Dixon pushes it into the path of the England captain. Brilliant save from Andy Waite. Obviously, a 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Aspire. Just trying to understand that decision, because Andy Waite had not left the confines of his area.
That does feel like a bit of a weird one.
Either way, it's an indirect free kick, which will see John Balding push it into the path of Dan McClellan, just wide of the left-hand post. Yeah, I'm not sure as to why that was awarded by Nico Ballin.
Zach Dickey just so strong in that dribble.
Yeah, now trying to pressure. Great to have Tom Byrne, one of our fellow World Cup commentators, in the chat, letting us know that Andy Waite is a very experienced goalkeeper. That's great to hear. We're so unfamiliar with the kind of football over in Australia. We're really starting to learn and understand each player's skill set. If that is the case, we can also say he's a very good kind of aggressor outfield as well, as the ball falls kindly to Dan McClellan. Jackson Taylor, more defensive. This is better from Western Sydney, but he just drops off there. And I know Zach Dickey's engaging it, and I know Ben Keat's trying to take a position, but they have to be careful of the space, as shown here as John Dixon fires it across the box. A potential break on if Ben Keat can get up to that ball. He just about can't. Unlucky from the Wanderers captain. We've had 13.5 minutes. Western Sydney Wanderers 0, Aspire 2.
Yeah, they look relatively comfortable.
Wanderers definitely settling into this, Charlie, which is good to see.
Yeah, they seem to have picked up a bit more of a defensive pattern, and they're being able to get clear a bit more as well.
Tom Kelly's going to be tested here. We saw that Rayados goal yesterday through the press of the central player of the opposition, and maybe that's the blueprint for success as John Bolden just splits them open with that pass. The return from Dan McClellan is going to be engaged by John Dixon into John Bolden. Beautiful football, saved by Andy Waite. Still the danger present, and the diagonal ball hasn't got the accuracy to locate Dan McClellan, but you have to commend the defensive effort of Western Sydney Wanderers, who for the most part are outnumbered in this final third.
Yeah, I can understand why they sort of started the game being a bit startled by the speed of Aspire. It does take a while to sort of realise that actually when they've got the ball in the area, all it is a harder hit and it's not going to hurt you. They were just waiting for you to get startled and played right into their hands early in this game.
Again, beautiful football.
Yeah, what a ball from John Dixon. I mean, it's one of those where unfortunately there wasn't really a lot McClellan could do with it because there was such a solid block on the line for Western Sydney Wanderers. Tried to play it back across, but Dixon wasn't quite reading that.
Ben Keat into Zach Dickey. Dan McClellan on the edge, hoping for a ricochet. Has to drop off to allow John Bolden. Then engaged by the Aspire number 7. Jackson Taylor's had very little involvement in the 16 minutes we've played. Fast approaching the half-time break. Place down. John Bolden is going to look for Dan McClellan. Engaged by Zach Dickey. A nice way, taking him out of the game, and just a faint finish off of the right-hand post, followed up by John Dixon. All game so far, Dan McClellan has been looking for that cross-field ball, so just to feint and mask his intention to go for goal himself was really nice. Even I was expecting him to locate John Dixon there.
Yeah, I'd already started looking at John Dixon on the court. And then all of a sudden I see the post being hit. Very intelligent football. You're
seeing the replay here. He shapes up to pass to John Dixon, and that is the stuff you can't coach. Yeah. How you mask your intention to confuse and fool the opposition. Beautiful bit of play from Dan McClellan.
So unlucky that it didn't quite work out. Did the hard bit of masking that intention, selling the goalkeeper.
Zach Dickey desperately trying to get the Wanderers up the court. Little bit of contact between the chairs. Nicely left by Nico Ballin. Whilst he does bring it back, a nice advantage played. A brilliant referee is Nico Ballin. It's obviously something that's been discussed across this competition, is the different match officiating styles and interpretations of the laws. As John Bolden fires it centrally, cleared by Andy Waite into Ben Keat. And whilst we've had some very almost controversial match official decisions, there has been some standouts. I've loved watching Nico Ballin overseeing the action. I think Mark Simon Green has been brilliant as an official. It's just all about communicating your messages, and if they can get that consistency in terms of the interpretations of the laws, we'll be in a good place. But it does need some work following the conclusion of this competition, because the consistency across the games has been questionable. Over to John Dixon, controlled nicely into John Bolden, blocked, and now a chance for Jackson Taylor. I would have liked to have seen him go the other way there. A clockwise strike in reverse, 180, would have and definitely could have tested Tom Kelly.
100%. It was, I think, just got a little bit overwhelmed, maybe Jackson Taylor. We had a couple of options and ended up sort of doing a half and half of both worlds, which doesn't usually work out very well.
Ben Keat just disrupting high up, and he's going to capitalise on that misplaced pass from John Bolden. Nice assured pass from Tom Kelly, just left by John Bolden, who has such fantastic vision to know where his players are. Zach Dickey trying to flick it over to Jackson Taylor.
Don't know why Dan McClellan took a touch there. Feels like he just completely took all of the pace off that attack. But as I say that, Aspire setting up another attack. John Dixon can't quite get that on target, or at least with the power desired.
Nice football from Aspire. Dan McClellan's there to see it over the line. I was just going to go on to say how much the Western Sydney Wanderers defence have improved across the game, and whilst that statement still applies, Dan McClellan does make it 3 with a brilliant brace.
Yeah, I think there's lots of discussions going on with Aspire. The last couple of minutes have been a little bit chaotic, but amongst the chaos, they've managed to string together a really nice counter-attacking move. John Dixon across to Dan McClellan. He uses his front bumper very well, as you'd expect. And Aspire have a very comfortable lead.
We've ticked over into additional time. Factoring in that 1 minute water break, is anything else that Nico Ballin has accrued as play continues, as it should, despite the contact between the two. Advantage initially played. I think both players are trying to understand the decision. Like Dickie's been given his second warning. You can see from John Bolden's mannerisms there, he's almost confused. He's happy to engage in those 50-50 aggressive battles.
Yeah, I think both of the central players, both experienced international centre players, just going, shrugging, probably says all you need to know about the level of contact there awarded.
It's nice from Zach Dickey, just to relieve pressure momentarily. But it's been fairly relentless from the English side. A big rethink, perhaps, at the half-time break for Western Sydney Wanderers. As Nico Ballin blows his whistle, Aspire, who head into the break with a commanding 3-0 lead. The English side flew out the traps, producing the 3 fluid, inclusive attacking moves that were brilliantly finished off. That really showcased the kind of cohesion they've been building across the tournaments. Their transitions have been very sharp. Their passing crisp. 1 goal for John Dixon, a brace for Dan McClellan. Western Sydney Wanderers have grown into the half. They've shown more composure in possession, but despite promising spells, they're yet to truly test Tom Kelly in the Aspire goal. They'll need to find something more in the second if they're to turn the tide. As it stands, Aspire will be progressing to that 5th place placement fixture against Club Nacional. The football tomorrow morning. Join myself and Charlie McClellan for the second half shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back, where we're soon to be back underway in this 5th to 8th semi-final clash between Aspire and Western Sydney Wanderers. The English side have a commanding 3-0 lead, having carved out 3 flowing, clinical goals in the opening half. Western Sydney Wanderers have showed signs of improvement, as shown here as they fired into the Aspire half by Zach Dickey. Substitute at the break for Aspire sees Rosie Hodgson adorning that Zach Dickey headband on in place of the open scorer, John Dixon. It's John Bolden now, looks for Dan McClellan, hugged by the USA international, who has possession of the ball. On the topic of laws of the game and contact, Charlie, you can't help but not focus on that semi-final between Upsilon and Tigres and how it's going to be so fiery. But if they want to feature in the final, as Rosie Hodgson has a chance, the players of the respective sides have to be really composed and control that temperament.
Yeah, should probably say happy birthday to Rosie Hodgson as well. It's her birthday today.
A very happy birthday as she has the ball now. Over to John Bolden, switches the play, but good positioning of Ben Keat and follow-up work prevents Bolden from locating Dan McClellan, which was his intention. Fired off the back wheel of Ben Keat. Zach Dickey just nodding his head, guiding, instructing Ben Keat down that line. Pick off from Keat, but the press of Dan McClellan, very good. Already we're seeing more organisation from Western Sydney. Jackson Taylor very advanced. Ben Keat, who has possession now. That's where we speak about players being in reverse. I mean, when you're driving forward, you only really have one option, and that's kind of the side swipe into the ball. If you're reversing onto it, you can go for the front bumper pick-off. You can go for the two-touch 180. It almost triples your pass selection. John Bolden into a reversing down McClellan central. Jackson Taylor just can't catch up to it. Was almost caught watching the ball. But from your screens now, you can see it's a more defensive approach, which will help their efforts. Whilst it may limit their potency in attack, it will mean they're more organised, and we're seeing that across the 3 minutes played in this second, as Zach Dickey quick to come back. We're only really seeing that third defender of Western Sydney Wanderers come back when John Bolden does. So whilst it's 2-on-2, they're happy. But Ben Keat, who's trapped in that corner, unaware as to the ball's placement, surely an advantage via this 2-on-1. And that is the case.
Yeah, good refereeing. Seen a lot of controversy involving Aspire and advantages this week, so I think just to be safe, they'll try and give them as long as possible.
Bolden into Dan McClellan, crossfield ball, only as far as Ben Keat, who has possession now to just push it into the side of John Bolden. Over to Dan McClellan, attempt at goal, doesn't trouble Andy Waite, who are probably across their 3 games has been the standout for Western Sydney Wanderers. Dan McClellan finds the space to fire an effort goal bound. I'm not sure if it was a shot or a return pass to John Bolden. Either way, it's out for a goal kick.
Yeah, I think it was sort of a bit of both. Just fire it at that near post and see what happens. Well, nothing came of it for Aspire, but they're moving the ball with still a lot of freedom. Rosie Hodgson needs to just pick that off back to John Boulding there, make a more solid contact. Hopefully a photographer's capturing an image of this battle.
Strong contact there. The ball's over the line. Advantage wasn't played, but it's going to be brought back for a free kick, and Zach Dickey sees yellow. It's a direct free kick, far deeper than the initial contact took place. Rosie Hodgson to take. Across to Dan McClellan. That's a really nice ball from Hodgson. Dan McClellan and John Boulding very close there. As Tom Kelly quick to take it out of the path of Jackson Taylor.
Yeah, Nico Berlin plays the long advantage and then pulls it back.
It's interesting, isn't it, the use of advantage in this tournament. We saw Aspire almost robbed of their second goal against Grafto Villeneuve d'Ascq, and Rosie Hodgson saw it over the line there, but on both occasions it's been brought back for the contact foul. It's Ben Keat desperately trying to catch up to that ball, unable to do so. Zach Dickey on the edge. He's going to fire an effort goal bound, blocked by Dan McClellan, out of play.
Yeah, just quick in there, Dan McClellan. Good defensive work.
Dickey trying to find Ben Keat, but very considerate of John Boulding's placement as Rosie Hodgson's going to swipe into this ball. Once again, brilliant defending from Andy Way. Once again, they're just breaking everything up. I can see why he's such an effective goalkeeper. Very versatile player. So important to the way Western Sydney Wanderers play their football. And I hope, despite the results and scorelines they've suffered, he gets the credit he deserves as Dan McClellan tries to once again find that gap near that near post, but on that occasion, well defended by the Wanderers.
Very well defended indeed. They've been so much more solid since that sort of opening 10 minutes, just onslaught from Aspire. That water break, as we mentioned, coming in really handy for them in the first half, and since then they've been so much better.
You beg the question, had they set up with this same approach in the first half, what the score would be? It's John Boulding playing in a very compact defence, chance to break via Rosie Hodgson, so it needs that assured clearance from Zach Dickey as Jordan Williams prepares to come on. And with a brace to his name, Dan McClellan, the player leaving the court. 2 goals and an assist, not a bad return in the 28 minutes played.
No, he had a good spell, Dan McClellan. Now Jordan Williams' chance. Made a good impact coming on yesterday against Rayados.
Seeing the coaches of Western Sydney Wanderers on your screen now. They must be impressed with what they're seeing in this second half. And whilst there's been no attacking threat, they've been resolute defensively. But it will be tested here. John Boulding with a very high press. Ben Keat locked and trapped in that top corner as Nico Ballin just waves the Wanderers captain away. John Boulding just trying to create that space with Rosie Hodgson and Jordan Williams in support. Approaching the water break midway through this second half. Zach Dickey's just so good at breaking up momentum.
Yeah, so persistent in there, never gives up. Even when he finds himself in a bit of a precarious position, he just keeps on going. Tries to work his way out of it.
We're going to observe that water break now. I have to say, Charlie, so impressed with the organisation and communication of Western Sydney Wanderers, who are yet to concede in this second half. The problem is the creation in the offensive phases of the play.
Yeah, that's been their thing all week, though. They've had spells of being really defensively resolute, but they've just not been able to really get anything going up the other end. They've not really created a chance in this game. The first half, the first 10 minutes, listen, were very difficult for them. Aspire were absolutely cut through them every time they went forward. Since then, they've been a bit more compact, a bit more resolute. They obviously worked on something a bit tactical during the water break. It's kept them very solid. Jackson Taylor's absence in goal isn't as much of a miss. It doesn't feel like it after that point.
No, absolutely. We did highlight it at the start of the game as something unfamiliar when compared to their former games. But we're seeing his skill set utilised brilliantly in defence. But Jackson Taylor just hasn't seen any of the ball. And if they're going to score, if they're going to punish Aspire, they're going to have to get him involved in the play. As the water break concludes and the final 10 minutes of this game resumes. As it currently stands, Aspire will face Club Nacional de Football tomorrow in a 5th position placement game. Western Sydney Wanderers have one more opportunity, if this is to end in defeat, to register their first win against Rayados Powerchair. That could be a really good game, Charlie.
Yeah, it could be really entertaining.
Obviously, from the last game, Jesus Osuguera was shown red, and due to the classification of their players, they had to compete with just 3 players, and I'm not sure whether or not they're looking to appeal that referee decision. If not, they will have to contest it with 3 players. So you would say an opportunity for Western Sydney Wanderers to get a fairly emphatic victory under their belt as Jonathan Reyes readies to come on for the Australians.
Yeah, good to get him involved. I wonder if it'll be Ben Keat or Jackson Taylor that he comes on for.
I suspect Jackson Taylor, with Ben Keat, the talisman, the captain of Western Sydney Wanderers. Probably going to get that substitute now. Oh, they're going to go for a big switch up. I can see they've got a goalkeeper jersey ready to be put on Jackson Taylor. So he will be reverted back to that most defensive of the 4 players. Looks as if Andy Waite's come off. And due to the classification of their players and needing 2 PF1s at any one time, it does mean Andy Waite has to leave. If it wasn't him, it would be Zach Dickey. So you can understand the decision, but how much of a factor that will play now without a real presence at the back in Andy Waite. As they just put that jersey on Jackson Taylor, strap him back into his chair for the final 6 minutes. Next up in the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup Semi-Final 1, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, who finished top of Group A, face off against Tigres de Pacheco, runners-up in Group B. And then finally, Villeneuve, the group toppers in Group B, face off against West Bromwich Albion, runners-up of Group A. They are going to be 2 sensational games. We've still got 6 minutes left as Ben Keat, nice adjustment to Jonathan Reyes, saved by Tom Kelly. The best opportunity they've had all game. And had he just applied a little bit more power, he could have seen that ball bypass Tom Kelly.
Yeah, what a great ball from Ben Keat over across. came from nowhere, really. Didn't expect that. And yeah, Reyes had a big chance, one-on-one with Tom Kelly. But the Aspire shot stopper, who has been in great form all week, was equal to it.
They're trying that USA approach, and you can see, had it been better placed, how Ben Keat could have just angled his chair to the right and guided it over the line. But what was an attack has been turned into an immediate defence for the Australians, with Jonathan Reyes and Ben Keat both occupying that left-hand wing. Ben Keat completely trapped, which is unfortunate for him, because so there's no additional outlet for him to distribute the ball to. And they're going to want to try and ensure that with opportunities like that, they're better positioned, they're more alert. Jonathan Reyes has been a real bright spark since his introduction just a few minutes ago, as he forces the ball off of John Bolden. Jordan Williams returns the pass via John Bolden, controls it, and that's why staying in reverse is so beneficial. It gives you multiple options as opposed to the one when you're driving face on to the goal. And had he made contact, that would have been a chance.
Would have been indeed. He's had a couple of nice reverse spins this week, Jordan Williams, crossfield passes and shots.
Sally McNeil comes on in place of John Bolden, so a very unfamiliar setup for the European champions. Sees Rosie Hodgson take the role of the orchestrator. Sally McNeil on the left, Jordan Williams on the right.
Zach Dickey up against Rosie Hodgson. Headband on headband action in the centre. Kicking goes the way of Western Sydney Wanderers.
Dickey fired into the back wheel of Rosie Hodgson. Now Jordan Williams.
Contact from Sally McNeil, just reversing in on Zach Dickey.
So Jonathan Reyes into Zach Dickey, switches the play nicely to Ben Keat, cross the box. Just needed a little bit more power. Can the Wanderers capitalise to this adjustment? Tom Kelly tested, over to Jordan Williams, trying to locate Sally McNeil, and Rosie Hodgson's going to fire this ball up the court, blocked. Very end-to-end in the closing stages. Jordan Williams now with a defensive role to perform.
Jordan and Jonathan Reyes just battling in the centre.
Yeah, I wonder if Andy Waite is preparing to come on in place of Zach Dickey. He's on a yellow card, remember, so they won't want him to be sent off ahead of what is looking like an inevitable 7th place playoff fixture against Rayados tomorrow. That is the case, probably sensibly. We're seeing suspensions play a huge factor in this overall tournament, so just ensuring his presence in that game tomorrow is very wise of Jess O'Connor. And now Andy Waite, who I think has officially operated in every role across the tournament now in the centre. Really enjoyed watching him. Just 30 seconds plus any additional time, so the result all but confirmed. But my God, what a second half performance from Western Sydney Wanderers. So organised, they've limited the opportunities of Aspire. And whilst they've had no real success in attack, had they adopted that approach from the get-go, you question what the score would have been.
Yeah, they've been much better in this second half. I still think Aspire, you know, with that three of John Dixon, Dan McClellan and John Boulding would have been too much for them. In the first half, they were so strong, Aspire. The football they played was magnificent. But they've been unbelievable since then, Western Sydney Wanderers. The defensive just resolve, the commitment and the resilience that they've shown to get back in and to help out each other. They've been a real compact unit.
Three in the box there, as Jonathan Reyes was just drawn into the action. Absolutely the right decision from the referees, and deep into additional time, Aspire have the opportunity to do something they have been unable to in this second interval, and that is to register a goal. Rosie Hodgson into Jordan Williams across the box. Once again blocked by Andy Waite. Now Sally McNeil with an opportunity to open her account at the Club World Cup. Ben Keat drives out of danger. Great play from Western Sydney Wanderers. Very close to Jonathan Reyes there. Surely a 2-on-1 in favour of Aspire. Play continues though, as he just bypasses Jonathan Reyes, met by Andy Waite. Rosie Hodgson on the edge, trying to locate Sally McNeil. Would have liked to see Ben Keat probably just leave that to roll out of play, because it came with immediate danger, and a 2-on-1 via an indirect free kick will be taken now. Rosie Hodgson cleared by Andy Waite. Brilliant stuff. For me, certainly referencing this second half, one of the players of the match, if not the game in its entirety. Of course, the headlines will go to Dan McClellan and John Dixon, the orchestrators and the finishers of three brilliant first half goals. But full time here, and Aspire are 3-0 victors. All three of them goals came in an electrifying opening 10 or so minutes. But however, full credit for me goes to Western Sydney Wanderers for a vastly improved second half showing. Far more organised, disciplined. They limited Aspire's opportunities, maintained their structure, and earned themselves a clean sheet across the final 20 minutes. And although they lacked a consistent attacking threat to mount a counter, their defensive resilience and overall response after the interval will give them real confidence heading into that 7th place playoff fixture against Rayados tomorrow. Thank you to all that have tuned in, to myself and Charlie. We'll be back for the big one. Semi-final one between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and Tigres de Pacheco. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prisme Bobigny in Paris for the first semi-final of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. And what a mouth-watering fixture we have in store. Hosts Upsilon Chatenay Malabry take on Tigres de Pacheco in a clash that promises to deliver drama, fire, and world-class football as both sides battle for a place in tomorrow's grand final. This is where the stakes truly rise. Over the past 3 days, both teams have lit up the group stages with their own unique approaches. Upsilon with their refined control, tactical precision and set-piece mastery. Tigres with their raw passion, direct aggression and unpredictable flair. But now with a spot in the final on the line, margins are tighter, discipline is paramount and every decision counts. Upsilon roared on by the home crowd, coming to this fixture unbeaten. Top of Group A with 3 wins from 3, 13 goals scored and just 1 conceded. It's been a collective effort, but some individuals have stood out in particular. Tristan Delmas has been nothing short of sensational, stepping up in the absence of Mohamed Guillaume during their opening fixtures and taking the reins in the centre with real authority. Noel Zaren has also delivered consistently, devastating set-piece deliveries. His dead ball accuracy has undone every opponent so far and will be a major weapon again today. And then, of course, there's Mohamed Guillaume, or Momo for short, for many, the greatest player to ever grace a Powerchair football court. But make no mistake, Tigres de Pacheco are no strangers to the spotlight. They began their campaign with a nervy but vital win over Aspire before dismantling Rayados Powerchair 5-0 in a game that showcased the very best of their attacking cohesion. Whilst they fell to Villeneuve Dask in their final group match, they were competitive throughout, and had they not been forced into managing discipline, the outcome might have looked very different. That game saw captain and talisman Valentino Zegarelli pick up a yellow card, and already skating on thin ice after repeated warnings, the coaching staff had to make the calculated call to withdraw him to ensure his availability here today. The same risks apply for this one. If Tigres are to reach the final and do so with their full squad intact, then they'll need to find that perfect balance between intensity and composure. One of their most impressive performers across their run has been Heber Lopez, playing a more central role, but equally his discipline, game intelligence and ability to break up play have given Tigres that stability they've needed in the high pressure moments. He'll be crucial once again, I have no doubt. And everyone who has tuned into this competition will know how pivotal Valentino Zegarelli is, not just to the Tigres de Pacheco side, but the Argentinian national team as well. This is more than a semi-final. It's a collision of continents, of cultures, of footballing philosophies. And with both teams packed full of talent, every duel, set play and decision could tip the balance. It's Upsilon Chatenay Malabry versus Tigres de Pacheco with a place in the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup on the line. My name is Ryan Sipple, and I'm once again delighted to be joined on commentary by Charlie McClellan. Charlie, first of all, how are you today? And secondly, given the form we've seen so far and the key players on both sides, who do you see as favourites heading into this one?
I'm very good, thank you. I simply cannot wait for these semi-finals. While the group phase was great entertainment, this is where it gets very serious and competitive. And this French-Argentinian clash has potential to be one of the great Powerchair Football Club clashes. I came into this tournament with Upsilon Chatenay Malabry as my definite favourites to win. And they are definitely the popular favourites for this with people I've spoken to around the venue today. They've quoted revenge for last year's FIPFA Champions Cup final defeat on home soil here in Paris as their key motivator for their efforts within this competition. And the way in which they've set about that revenge has been cold, calculated, and so consistent. However, their challengers in this one are certainly no pushovers. The feisty, physically yet technically flawless Tigres de Pacheco are deserved semi-finalists here at Prisme Bobigny. I have loved watching them play this week. The passion and grit they have shown has been so characteristically South American and rewarding to watch. Tigres are not here to make up the numbers. Led by their star man and poster boy for the sport, Valentino Zegarelli, well, I feel like they can do anything they put their hearts and minds to. The emotionless, clinical Upsilon versus the fiery Argentinians who wear their heart upon their sleeves. Who will progress to the final? Well, it feels just a little bit too tough to call.
Yeah, absolutely. To go through the officials, Steve Crump of England is in the centre, complemented by Carolyn Goldsborough, also of England, Leo Frager, the other official, with Mark Simon Green as the fourth. Steve Crump is going to have a real task on his hands, but I do want to say a quick word on his dedication and his professionalism. He was out on this court a full half hour, 45 minutes or so before kickoff, meticulously preparing for what promises to be a fiery high-stakes encounter. And his commitment to getting everything spot on for this semi-final is a testament to the often unsung heroes being the referees. But I'm really excited for this one, and it will determine who progresses to tomorrow's grand final. Keep a close eye on that physicality and the discipline. There's so much at stake. Challenges will be fiercely contested and emotions are inevitably going to run high. The referees across these semi-finals will play a crucial role in maintaining control and ensuring the game flows fairly, especially given the history of cards and suspensions in earlier rounds. You're seeing Mohamed Galame, a last bit of hydration before he will likely play a central role in any Upsilon success. The atmosphere is building, and we are just 2 minutes away from semi-final one.
Yeah, this is going to be just an amazing game. I'm so excited for it. Mohamed Galame suspended for most of this tournament. He'll be the man who most of the attention will be on going into this one. He's got a fantastic team around him though. We've seen Tristan Delmas really come out of his shell in this tournament so far. And Tigres, I was expecting them to be strong after seeing Argentina at the 2023 FIPFA Powerchair Football World Cup in Sydney. I was expecting the Argentinian side to be strong, but they've been so much more, I think, tactically intelligent and so much more technically quality than I was even expecting this week.
And I think that statement can be very much applied to Club Nacional de Football of Uruguay as well. The South Americans have been almost the favourite team for the neutrals to watch here in Paris this week. They bring so much passion, so much fire, but as you've rightfully said, Charlie, don't understate the kind of the understanding of the tactics around Powerchair football. And when we're talking about that tactical uniqueness, there's no better place to show it than their opening setup. Valentino Zegarelli has both of these outfield options in Heber Lopez and Juan Batista D'Angelo to his left. He'll likely play it backwards to begin with to Khaled Mansour, and then they will try and mount somewhat of a counter-attack. So Steve Crump blows the whistle to get things underway. He goes back to Juan Batista D'Angelo, straight back into the side of the talisman. The two number 10s already locked in a battle, and Mohamed Galame so sensible in just letting that roll out of play.
Yeah, it's a good start for Upsilon. They will want to get a set piece early on in the game. They can try and play their way out now. You think, would you want Zegarelli to probably engage Guillaume as soon as possible in the dribble here.
Just for context, the match officials across this week have been adopting almost a 3-point system. You're given 2 warnings before a yellow card is awarded. Keep an eye out on the mannerisms and the hand gestures of the referees, because I have no doubt there will be plenty across this game, as Zegarelli's happy to let that roll out of play. Kick in deep in the Upsilon half, going to be taken by Heber Lopez. 4 assists and a goal for the Tigres number 9 in their victory over Rayados. He was excellent. Into Mohamed Galame, brave from Caleb Manzour, and now a potential strike for Tristan Delmas. That is always the danger when you're committing players forward. And Tristan Delmas made no mistake of converting. 1 minute in, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry 1, Tigres de Pacheco 0.
Well, it's a really soft goal to concede from a Tigres de Pacheco point of view. They've been so defensively robust in this tournament so far in the big games. But Villeneuve exposed them yesterday a bit. And yeah, that is an absolute gift for Tristan Delmas. Gets to just slot into an empty goal after just 2 minutes of the game. Upsilon on home turf, taking no time at all to draw first blood.
It's a tactical approach they've adopted across the tournament, but none of the opposition has been able to capitalise on it. It was almost a matter of when they would concede a goal like that, not if. Caleb Manzour so brave in trying to provide that 4th option and that overload in attack, and that's really disappointing. You're seeing Valentino Zegarelli there just say to his teammates, calm down. There's plenty of football left to be played, but they're going to have to be a little bit more savvy now and manage the risks, because if they are to concede another one, it will be a metaphorical mountain to climb.
Yeah, they just need to be patient. There will 100% be chances.
And that's much better! Valentino Zegarelli found Heber Lopez in the centre. Juan Bautista D'Angelo. The tournament has burst into life. 1-1.
Wow, what a start to this game we are seeing. This is Powerchair football at its very best, end-to-end, attacking, a fantastic move. Heber Lopez has to be given so much credit for that pass to the back post. And what a finish from Juan D'Angelo Baptista. They've made up for that mistake early on in the game, allowing Upsilon the space. That's much better. Wow, they are really biting back, the Argentinians here.
That they absolutely are, Charlie. We spotlighted Heber Lopez prior to the game kicking off and how influential he's been in a team where Valentino Zegarelli often gets the headlines, but he has been sensational, picking out Juan Bautista D'Angelo there, who made no mistake. That's his 3rd goal of the competition. Nothing Erwan Kong could do. And now a potential break on, overload and attack, but that pass from Juan Bautista D'Angelo, too square and behind Valentino Zegarelli. The intensity of this match is absolutely ridiculous as Mohamed Galame looks to feint over to Morgan Lefont, just wide of the right-hand post. This is showing an intensity we have not seen so far, Charlie.
Yeah, this is serious, competitive knockout football. I've been saying all week the group stage was quality, it was enjoyable, but once it got to these stages, that's when the real quality would start shining through, and the intensity of this match has been unbelievable. I mean, just going back to it, Tigres had a chance to counter-attack themselves. Juan D'Angelo didn't quite get his pass right. Upsilon counter on that. It is a game of basketball right now.
Heber Lopez has D'Angelo down the line, closely marked by the Upsilon goal scorer, Tristan Delmas. Zegarelli's unaware as to the ball's placement there, which is frustrating for him and Tigres. So a chance for Upsilon to reset. Morgan Lefont down this line into Mohamed Galame, or certainly the intended recipient, locked up by a very congested Tigres final third. And there's that first warning from Steve Crump. Morgan Lefont a little overzealous in his pursuit of possession. So Tigres get the contact foul.
Yeah, that's a silly one from Morgan Lefont. There's literally no reason to do that. Just show a bit of patience. We're 5 minutes in, gets himself a ticking off very early on.
Into Javier Lopez, didn't really commit to that, and Tristan Delmas is going to be given an opportunity. It shows that moment's hesitation from Javier Lopez will be capitalised on.
They have to be careful here. They're going to get punished if they play loose passes in the middle of the pitch like that, especially when you've got a player like Mohamed Ghalami in there. Against most teams, you probably get away with sort of knocking it against the other middleman, but no way. If you give the ball anywhere near Ghalami, he's going to absorb it.
Khaled Manzour into Javier Lopez, who is playing in the centre. Tristan Delmas over to Morgan Lefont, who makes no mistake. Tigres de Pacheco are playing such open, expansive football that Upsilon Chatenay Malabry are getting the space in behind. And just a few minutes after that Argentinian equaliser, Morgan Lefont regains that 1-goal advantage.
Yeah, there's no sense of sort of it's a semi-final, nice and cagey start here. I'm disappointed with Tigres there. I think they had a chance after equalising to really consolidate that and to give Upsilon a bit of a wobble by just being really compact. They've played really open, and it's really suiting the French side right now. I mean, of course, they're going to get chances off the back of it as well, the Argentinians, but I really think if they're going for an attacking game here, they're going to be punished.
Yeah, that certainly has been the case in the opening 7 minutes. Absolutely incredible scenes. There's heavy content. We said that you have to keep an eye out for that discipline, that temperament, certainly of Valentino Zegarelli. Just pushed the ball into the side of Mohamed Ghalami. But I was going to go on to say, prior to that goal being scored, how they're trying to manage that discipline by putting Javier Lopez in the centre as opposed to Valentino Zegarelli. They're going to want to utilise his skill set in attack rather than in this central battle. Whilst he's there at the moment, they are trying to manage it. They have considered it. But the more possession and territory Upsilon have, the more frustrated Tigres will be, and that emotion may just boil over as Khaled Manzour, unaware as to the ball's placement, very easily could have snuck in that post. Fortunately for him, wide of the right-hand post, but we've seen how dangerous Upsilon have been through corners. It'll be Tristan Delmas on the screen, as you can see, that will fire this into probably Mohamed Ghalami, and it goes into Morgan Lefont. It's saved on the line. Khaled Manzour, brilliant work. Steve Crump closely watching it. More danger for them to deal with, and that did just take a slight touch off of Javier Lopez, so it will be another Upsilon corner.
Yeah, this is a real wave of attacks now from Upsilon, who are definitely dominating this semi-final.
Tristan Delmas, now Mohamed Ghalami, the closest option, straight into the side of his chair, didn't have the accuracy. And that shows why pinpoint laser accuracy is so important on them set pieces, whether Mohamed Ghalami is acting as that screen or the player to engage it at the first phase. Javier Lopez has Valentino Zegarelli hugged by Morgan Lefont on this near side. And Tigres come away with the ball. We will observe a water break at the midway point of this first half, and it's probably needed, Charlie. The intensity of this game has been ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I need a water break, let alone the players down there. It's been a fascinating start to this game.
Juan Bautista D'Angelo was just caught in two minds how to best engage that, and that water break will be observed now. Very interesting to see what the respective coaches of these teams are telling their players. For Tigres, they have Ignacio Aguilera and Facundo Cala just communicating the instructions with the players. And then, of course, with Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, we have Steve Deschamps. But you can see the intensity there. They're locked into Facundo Cala. And just a moment to reset. And whilst we do so, I can tell you that their next semi-final will be contested between Grafto Villeneuve Dask and West Bromwich Albion at 5 o'clock here in Paris. But don't leave us yet. We still have 30 minutes of football to be played in this unprecedented, in terms of that intensity, fixture and semi-final. You're seeing Caleb Manzour be nothing more than an observer to watch that Tristan Delmas bypass him in the defence, and then the immediate equaliser, Heber Lopez into Juan Batista D'Angelo, likewise with Erwan Konk. Nothing he could do to prevent it, and we're straight back into things via Mohamed Guillame. Such good spatial awareness and control. Without question, the best in the world at doing that. As despite the appeals of Valentino Zegarelli, it will be a kick in on this far side. Just making sure that Valentino Zegarelli is observing 5 metres. Morgan Lefont in a nice position. This is a different setup from Tigres in terms of the defence. They're trying to block up that wall. Goes into Morgan Lefont. That's the danger. And a potential break on via Heber Lopez. It seems no matter how Tigres set up, Upsilon always have a way to exploit their setup, Charlie.
Yeah, they're really on it here, Upsilon. They weren't at their attacking best for large sways of that fixture against Club Nacional yesterday, but when it gets serious, the best teams get going, and it feels like that's what Upsilon are doing here, really putting on that attacking clinic.
12 minutes in, Upsilon 2, Tigres 1. As Caleb Manzour tries to force the ball past Morgan Lefont, who comes away with possession. He's just trying to feint Heber Lopez. He'll be very strong. And that's a 2-on-1 in favour of Tigres de Pacheco.
Yeah, this is a big chance for Upsilon, this indirect free kick. I wouldn't be surprised to see this go in.
Yeah, absolutely. To be taken by Tristan Delmas. Morgan Lefont just positions his chair in the box. Very fluid. They don't sit still for a second. Mohamed Guillame, the only potential recipient, unless Tristan Delmas tries to play it off the chair of Zegarelli. Into Mohamed Guillame, well blocked by Zegarelli. Steve Crump just ushering Lefont and Delmas away. And despite the appeals of Tigres to our left, they are not happy in the grandstands. And you can see the coaches on the far side, just in the top left-hand corner of your screen, fuming with that decision as Caleb Manzour blocks the first ball.
To be fair, I can see why they're upset. That definitely took a massive deflection off an Upsilon chair on the way through. I think that probably should have been a Tigres kick-in, but they've dealt with it now, so no disaster for the officials.
The danger is still live, though. As Momo Guillame just readjusts. Laser concentration. Zegarelli needs to be careful there. Doesn't want to be giving away anything, especially penalties. Tristan Delmas. No real options unless he goes back to Momo Guillame, and that's sensible from Zegarelli to just fire it off the side of the French chair.
Yeah, the one thing I would say, though, is Upsilon are very much in control of this game, and they're not really being able to get out Tigres. The way that they were attacking quite openly earlier in the game is not been able to be implemented really since that opening couple of minutes. Since the goal, Upsilon seem to have learned a lesson.
Off the front of Heber Lopez. Into the box, blocked by Caleb Manzour. Just ricochets between the chairs of himself and Mohamed Galame, blocked by Zegarelli, who can't quite wrap his chair around it to keep it in. We're going to get our first substitute of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be Noel Zeren who comes on, I think, for Morgan Lefont, so the goal scorer of the second Upsilon goal gets replaced. He had a good impact on that game, Morgan Lefont. He was warned by Steve Crump for contact. May have gone into the thinking of the substitution, although quite a way off a yellow card right now, you'd expect.
We said how clinical he's been at them dead balls on that occasion. Juan Bautista D'Angelo does well to just relieve pressure. It's occupied this Tigres half for the last 10 or so minutes. So all the while, it's in the Upsilon side. It's away from the goal as Mohamed Galame just tries to feint and send Heber Lopez in the opposite direction. Fired quickly by Momo Galame. Noel Zeren, the Wasp, as he's known by his teammates, there to pounce. Tristan Delmas over to Noel Zeren, very unselfish, a chance at goal. Not before a 2-on-1. It's questionable, but to the relief of Tigres, Tristan Delmas and Noel Zeren deemed too close to one another.
I mean, the shot from Delmas in the end was wide, so...
That control from Mohamed Galame, that would have been a sensational goal. That is probably 3+ meters.
You think so? They're not really that close at all, actually.
The game has settled, relatively speaking, I must emphasize. As once again, the coaches of Tigres de Pacheco, so animated on the far side. They're going to have to contain their temperament, just like their players will as well. We've seen Facundo Cala be warned and receive a yellow card in that Aspire game. As we approach the final couple of minutes. Into Valentino Zegarelli, quickly pressured by Noel Zeren. If you just watch the coaches of Tigres, they appeal everything.
Yeah, they need to calm down. I mean, it's all well and good being encouraging, but we saw a booking on the Tigres bench yesterday, didn't we?
2-on-1 in favour of Upsilon. Valentino Zegarelli and Heber Lopez. Keep an eye out on this quick, decisive delivery. This is so dangerous when Noel Zeren is over the ball. Mohamed Galame, the recipient, picks it off, but a good save from Caleb Manzour, who ensured his near post was covered.
Yeah, Galame tried to do something a little bit sneaky there. But yeah, Manzour was never going to fall for that.
Final minute. Noel Zeren into the box, nicely angled by Heber Lopez, and a potential break on. I would have liked to have seen Juan Bautista D'Angelo control that ball and try to do the two-touch 180 as opposed to engage it on the first phase.
I can see what he's doing though. That was almost a carbon copy of that goal that Aspire scored at the Champions Cup in terms of the way that sort of the ball came out. Obviously it was Dan McClellan that time who swung around and Brad Bates finished. That was the kind of situation that Upsilon were vulnerable from in a game like that. Tigres trying to replicate that, and you can actually see as well in terms of the defensive style of Tigres that they're going with two wingers on the edge of the area, Manzour engaging higher up, Zegarelli dropped to the goal line. It feels like the most sensible way to deal with the threats.
Yeah, it just helps to prevent that high prevalence of 2-on-1s. But Noel Zeren, just the technique on these dead balls is so fantastic as he nearly finds Tristan Delmas, and that time, again, I want to see Juan Bautista D'Angelo just be a little bit more alert, anticipate that ball coming in his direction, because he's had two chances in as many minutes, Charlie.
Yeah, I understand that one. Again, I quite like when they go short to Galami, I'd like to see a Tigres player try and engage quickly, see if they can steal a 2-on-1, because obviously Delmas was quite pinned in there with Galami. If a Tigres player had entered that area, they would have had a chance to potentially get a 2-on-1 off of our official Steve Crump.
Tristan Delmas into the box. Valentino Zagarelli can't encroach that box, otherwise it would be a 2-on-1, sorry, a 3 in the box infringement. There's a slight bit of miscommunication and they're not necessarily set, but half-time in semi-final 1. And what a pulsating contest we've had so far. A game with breakneck speed, with relentless intensity, full of drama, passion and quality. Upsilon Chatenay Malabry struck early through Tristan Delmas, setting the tone with a clinical opener inside the first couple of minutes. But Tigres de Pacheco hit back through Juan Batista D'Angelo, finishing off a superb break led by the ever-influential Heber Lopez. Tigres continued with that bold, high-pressing approach, but that bravery left them open at the back, and Upsilon punished when Morgan Lifon restored their lead with a composed finish. It's been a physical battle fueled by immense quality and energy, with everything to play for. Please join myself, Ryan Sipple, and Charlie McClellan for the second half shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back for the second half of this breathless semi-final one between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and Tigres de Pacheco. France versus Argentina, a match that's delivered everything so far. Goals, grit and unrelenting pace. As it stands, Upsilon have the advantage, but with just 20 minutes separating one of these two sides from a place in the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup final. The stakes couldn't be higher. The winner of this tie will go on to face the victor of Semi-Final 2, Villeneuve versus West Bromwich Albion later today. For the loser, it's not over. They'll contest the third place playoff, but make no mistake, both teams have their eyes firmly on that final, and the next half promises drama, emotion, and everything we've come to expect from the business end of this extraordinary tournament. Charlie, give me your assessments from that first half.
Well, I thought it was obviously a breathless start. I wasn't expecting it to start that way. I was expecting it to be quite cagey from the beginning. I think Tigres came out with a very open game plan, which worked, obviously, for them getting the goal. I would have liked to see them maybe resort to being a bit more pragmatic after that point. I think, listen, they left themselves very open indeed, and that's not necessarily a good thing at all times. Upsilon love that kind of game. Upsilon really exposed them. Mohamed Ghalami is running the show in the middle, as you'd expect. Yeah, it wasn't the best performance from Tigres de Pacheco after that equaliser, purely because I think they have a lot of potential in this game, and I'd like to see them be a little bit more pragmatic and then use those counter-attacks. Juan D'Angelo has had a couple. I'd love to see him even extend those opportunities even more and try and get some teammates into play on the counter-attack as well. Hopefully the tactical discussions at half-time will have helped Tigres de Pacheco turn defence into attack more effectively in this second period.
So Tristan Delmas to kick proceedings off into Mohamed Ghalami, bypasses Valentino Zegarelli. 2-on-1 very early on. I think Valentino Zegarelli was far enough away there. An interesting call from Steve Crump. It's borderline at best as Noel Zaren finds it, and now Juan Bautista D'Angelo across the court, too deep, but Javier Lopez capitalizes, and for the third time this game, Juan Bautista D'Angelo not necessarily singing off the same song sheet as his teammates.
Yeah, I think the first pass was just, it was fluffed. I don't think there's any way you can say it other than that. It was a completely scuffed pass. And then he just didn't really make a further movement. Managed to bring Javier Lopez into play, but it's not going to do anything if they can't get set up in some sort of attacking formation quick enough.
Mohamed Ghalami into the box to Tristan Delmas, and now a chance. That's better from Juan Bautista D'Angelo. Now Valentino Zegarelli spearheading a counter-attack into the path of Javier Lopez. Surely a 2-on-1 in favour of Tigres. Play continues though.
Yeah, I really felt like that was probably a 2-on-1. There was Tristan Delmas absolutely pinned into that corner with nowhere to go.
Caleb Manzour saving that attempt, still committing forward, not exhibiting that pragmatism you've called for, Charlie, but with the scoreline currently in the favour of the hosts, they have to almost throw caution to the wind as Mohamed Ghalami seems to be everywhere on this court.
Yeah, he dominates games like this.
And he's going to try and force it through, weave round Caleb Manzour and Valentino Zegarelli, who looks to be playing more of a central role in the opening minutes of this second half. Just knocks the ball off of Mohamed Ghalami. So intense. Can feel the tension here as Mohamed Ghalami met by Caleb Manzour. This is something we see often with Mohamed Galame. It was the case in the World Cup. It was the case in the Champions Cup last year. He is so unique in the way he plays football as he tests Valentino Zegarelli, but not able to break out the box. Still locked between the two number 10s. And that's better from Zegarelli, desperately trying to force the ball up the court. This is such a closely fought battle, and that's good from Tigres. He's going to try and find Heber, but he disguises his intention. And once again, you're seeing that frustration of Valentino Zegarelli. Juan Bautista D'Angelo's just not up to the pace of the game at the moment.
Oh, I thought he did so well there, Valentino Zegarelli, to get that ball down the line. I understand his frustration completely. Well, he's definitely not the permitted 5 meters there. Juan Bautista D'Angelo, but yeah, I can understand it. But this has been better from Tigres since the break.
It is, but Noel Zaren now into the path of Mohamed Galame, tries to return the favour. There is slight signs of frustration setting in as Tristan Delmas down the line. Good work from Valentino Zegarelli. Applied the pressure and just allowed Noel Zaren to ricochet that ball out of play into Heber Lopez. All the way back to Mohamed Galame and just cushions it with the side of his chair into Noel Zaren. Over to Tristan Delmas. Good work from Caleb Mansour. Have to be careful as Juan Bautista D'Angelo backs off the high and wide winger. That's forceful there from Heber Lopez. Probably the right decision from Steve Crump. They're going to have to control that frustration and discipline. And on reflection, watching the replay, it is a foul. So direct free kick to be taken by the dead ball specialist, that is Noel Zaren. Quickly into Mohamed Galame, but the whistle had not been blown, so it will be retaken. Noel Zaren just wants to take it immediately, doesn't want to give the opposition a second to set in their defensive structure. So another attempt. Mohamed Galame almost nodding to the front of his bumper. Keep an eye on Tristan Delmas as well, as an assured clearance from Valentino Zegarelli.
Yeah, he's done well there, Zegarelli, just to read that and get rid.
Mohamed Galame, 2-on-1 in favour of Tigres de Pacheco. 5.5 gone of this second half. As it stands, Upsilon Chatenay Malabry will be progressing as Heber Lopez can't quite pass it back. And that's, again, probably the right decision from Steve Crump. Valentino Zegarelli caught ball watching. So a substitute. We'll see the earlier goal scorer, Morgan Lefont, return to the action in place of Noel Zaren. So Delmas now has Lefont as his closest option, who just feints to let that ball roll all the way through. It was a direct free kick, so it could have counted had it found a way over the Tigres line. The whistle always in the mouth of Steve Crump. He does watch this action with laser focus. Is Mohamed Galame. He'll be happy with it locked up here. Goes to Tristan Delmas, who attempts an effort, slightly forced. I think the return to Mohamed Galame would have yielded a greater reward, but either way, it's an Upsilon corner ball.
Yeah, these are chances every time Upsilon have a set piece in and around the area.
Mohamed Galame, the closest, engages the ball over to Morgan Lefont. Just wide of the right-hand post. They're so dangerous at those set pieces, Charlie.
Yeah, that was so close from Morgan Lefont. I think if it had been right in that bottom corner as he'd intended, there was a chance it would have beaten Caleb Manzour in goal.
Caleb Manzour into Zegarelli. Probably the sensible decision there, just to try and get it into the Upsilon half, something they've had trouble doing, certainly in this second half, if not for the last 25 or so minutes. Only really that goal earlier, their attacking chance. We're going to observe a water break in about 2 minutes' time as Steve Crump gives a warning to Valentino Zegarelli. I will say that it's been a really calm, disciplined performance of Mohamed Galame. Looks so calm, looks so in control, and his emotions aren't boiling over.
Yeah, I think last year, obviously, he was sent off in the FIPFA Champions Cup final. And from very early on in that game, as soon as things weren't really going the way of Upsilon, Mohamed Galame got a very frustrated figure, started trying to force it, being quite silly in his decision-making, but putting a lot of power on the ball, perhaps unnecessarily.
This is a real contrast of that.
Such a calm performance.
Just doesn't look phased, but he's probably just learned from that adversity and the difficulty of falling short last year in Paris. And you're seeing him on your screen, so emotionless, so calculated, so clinical. As Tristan Delmas has responsibility. Keep an eye on Morgan Lefont at the back. If the opportunity can be worked, he'll be the one likely capitalising on a cross-field ball. Ricochets between Mohamed Galame and Caleb Manzour.
One thing I've been really impressed with, and I don't want to jinx anything, but the discipline of Valentino Zegarelli in this game.
Caleb Manzour brilliantly keeping it off the line. Relentless pressure from Mohamed Galame. It was nearly cursed to the commentator there, Charlie, and you didn't even finish your point.
Yeah, I was just going to say the discipline of Valentino Zegarelli and his side. There's been a lot of contact fouls that they've been committing over this tournament. Well, they've really not done as much of that today at all. Not really any of them, I'd say, are close to a booking yet. Treading that line anyway. Yeah, it's been an impressive showing in regards to discipline, but I just want to see a bit more flair and a bit more dynamic going forward.
Mohamed Galame met by Javier Lopez at the next stoppage. We're going to observe that water break. Tigres will be desperately trying to ensure that it's just that one goal advantage going into it, as Mohamed Galame on the prowl, on the attack, into the path of Tristan Delmas. Beautiful save by Javier Lopez. Tristan Delmas, for me, has probably been the standout of the competition. As with Tigres de Pacheco, the headlines typically go to the talisman, the captain, or the central creator, as a 2-on-1 goes in the favour of Upsilon. And they're going to have to wait for that break. They're going to have to defend one last opportunity. That man on your screens will have an eye for goal. Indirect, so it has to go via another chair. But he's so savvy as he fires it into the box. He's got Tristan Delmas, who he opts to find. Back to Mohamed Galame, who nearly finds the gap. Initially cleared, Tristan Delmas has been given an opportunity off the line by Valentino Zegarelli, out of play, and thankfully for Tigres, we break for the hydration break.
Yeah, this is a chance to regroup for Tigres. It's all got a little bit chaotic again in their final third. Upsilon more than happy to sling a cat amongst the pigeons and just try something a little bit unique in terms of the attacking play. They have not been playing with that same sort of rigid structure that you'd expect from them. They've just been taking shots, trying to get ricochets in there. That's all they need. One more goal you'd expect would make their position in tomorrow's final safe. Tigres, they still haven't managed to really counter-attack with any venom at any point in this game yet, other than that first couple of minutes. I just want to see more from them. I want to see them with more quality going forward. I mean, it's going to have to reach a point now. We've got 8 minutes left on the clock, plus whatever's added on by our referee, Steve Crump. It's going to get to a point where we're going to have to start seeing some more commitment forward from the Tigres.
Just want to say a huge thank you to everyone that's tuning in on YouTube. Fantastic numbers at present. And we have 10 minutes left in semi-final 1. It's currently Upsilon Chatenay Malabry 2, Tigres de Pacheco 1. And as has been the case for the majority of this second half, possession in the Tigres defensive half as Amokranzilao features for the first time in place of Tristan Delmas. Brilliant performance from him. So Caleb Manzour looking for Javier Lopez in the centre. It wouldn't surprise me if in the last few minutes, when the loss is almost inevitable, Tigres don't mix it up and put Valentino Zegarelli back in that familiar central role. They won't mind risking that discipline if it looks like they will have to fall to a third-place playoff game. But Mohamed Galame currently controlling the tempo and the momentum. And on that occasion, Javier Lopez does really well just to let it roll out of play. A rare miscontrol from Mohamed Galame. You're hearing the drum sound. Fantastic support for the host, as we suspected. As I'm not sure why players continued.
He went off the pitch, didn't he, Javier Lopez, during that battle with Mohamed Galame. When Galame was sort of chasing him, he fully went off the pitch. I don't know if that's something that he's being warned about, maybe.
Yeah, I'd have to watch it back, but either way, great officiating from Steve Crump, who's doing a brilliant job, as we expected would be the case. He prepares so meticulously that there's few better to deal with such a fiery occasion, such as a semi-final of a Club World Cup, as Zegarelli trying to prevent Galame. No, I'd let play continue there, as we see Zegarelli in the centre. Strong appeals from the Tigres coaches. They're going to be told off if they don't control that anger. As Mohamed Galame weaves his way past Javier Lopez, engaged by Caleb Manzour. Galame has Amokranzilao shielded, but now takes up a position just to his left, the right as you're viewing it, as Javier Lopez, who has been warned a few times and will probably receive a yellow card here. The final one from Steve Crump. Excellent officiating again, something that maybe others could have taken note from across this tournament, who are very quick to give out yellow cards. It just keeps the momentum and the semi-final alive.
I think he thought about it, Steve Crump. So, little touch of the pocket and then
Amokranzilao into Mohamed Galame, into the side of a very stationary Caleb Manzour, who once again brilliantly prevents Upsilon from scoring. This is a brilliant game of Powerchair football that's being facilitated by the match officials. As Morgan Lefont into the box. And now a chance for Valentino Zegarelli, who's coming to meet it into Juan Bautista D'Angelo. Just didn't commit to it. So frustrating for Tigres. The opportunity was there, but I do have to give credit to Mohamed Galame, who just put the Tigres number 30 under pressure. But there's been very few opportunities and counter-attacks for the Argentinian team. the champions of the Copa Libertadores in 2024, and they just haven't taken them.
I'd have to say it again. My instinct was that Valentino Zegarelli maybe could have had a shot of his own. I think I'd need to see it back. But yeah, certainly when that ball gets to D'Angelo, you're expecting something a bit more high quality than what he produced.
Mohamed Galame into the side of Khaled Manzour. Just feinting, trying to just create the slightest bit of space to either attempt an effort at goal or, as it currently is positioned, fire it to Amokran Zilal or Morgan Lefont. Across the box, ricochets between Manzour and Lopez, and now followed up. It's trapped between the two Tigres defenders. They're going to have to be so careful about their movements. And it's just out
well
for a goal kick, and to the relief of Javier Lopez.
Well, we're seeing an interesting change here. D'Angelo is taking the goal kick. Manzour's up.
Yeah, I suspected they would try and switch things up tactically in the final few minutes. It's not necessarily what I had predicted, but either way, they're trying to do something, as Zegarelli just unable to keep it in play, but still a Tigres ball. It's going to be taken by Javier Lopez. We're now just shy of the final minute. And surely the last chance, as Moussaoui readies to come on. Maybe just to wind down the clock for Upsilon. That wasn't directed. And now Morgan Lefont into Amokran Zilal, blocked by D'Angelo, who just forced his chair into the back of Amokran Zilal. Was that preventing a clear goal-scoring opportunity? We will see the card that is awarded by Steve Crump.
I think it's a yellow, personally.
Strong appeals. I think it's definitely the right decision. Maybe it contradicts the way that officiating has been done within this competition thus far.
I don't even think it does. I think he just reverses into it.
Yeah, no. I think the correct decision from Steve Crump, despite the appeals of Tigres. And now with 10 seconds left on the clock, plus maybe a minute or two, factoring in that water break and the stoppage we've got here. But it looks as if Upsilon will book their spot in the final of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. Tristan Delmas has Younes Moussaoui to his right, freshly introduced to the action. Mohamed Galame attempts an effort, followed up by Moussaoui, probably a 2-on-1 in favour of Tigres, and this is it. If they're going to go for this game, it's going to be through this. They're trying to take it quickly, but I don't think even their players are set to receive it. They're putting a lot of strong presence on that right-hand side. Picked off from Zegarelli to Javier Lopez, who guides it towards Erwan Konk, who has had a very quiet second half. I don't think he's had a touch, Charlie.
No, he's not been involved in this game really at all. He's not had to be, which is a good thing for Chatenay.
Mohamed Galame just weaves his way round Valentino Zegarelli. When the lights are the brightest, the greats rise. And Mohamed Galame seals Upsilon Chatenay Malabry's spot in the Club World Cup final.
They had to commit Tigres de Pacheco, but that was always what could happen as a result. Mohamed Galame, that's his strength. He puts a little kiss on this final, on this semi-final, sends his side to the final. Deserved for Upsilon, who have dominated this game. And Galame, it wouldn't be a massive game involving Upsilon without a moment of magic from him.
Absolutely brilliant. We spoke about how composed, how calm, how calculated he's been in this game. And the goal is probably no less than he deserves. It's going to be commiserations to Tigres, who are showing a little bit of fire now. Advantage played. Zegarelli might receive yellow late on. Despite the appeals of the Tigres number 10, it's absolutely the right decision from Steve Crum, and the appeals lead to him getting a yellow card. He's going to have to control that, because whilst the competition in terms of its competitive phase will be over, they still have a third-place playoff to play. As Tristan Delmas puts it in the box, and Younes Moussaoui just drives into the front of Heber Lopez there.
Yeah, I can understand why Tigres de Pacheco are frustrated. They've given their all in this tournament to get to this stage. And it doesn't look like it will be enough to get to the final. But the performance today wasn't terrible. They were defensively resilient for large spells, but Upsilon just so strong.
Zegarelli, a goal would probably be nothing more than a consolation, but they go to the very end.
Yeah, we're now into just over 3 minutes past the traditional 20. We wouldn't expect to see many more, although we had a water break and we've had goals.
So Heber Lopez with this corner ball. Valentino Zegarelli and Caleb Manzour in support. And now potential breakaway. And Upsilon Chatenay Malabry are through to the final of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup, and they've done it in style. A calculated, tactically intelligent performance that saw them edge a fiercely competitive semi-final. Tristan Delmas set the tone early on with a superb opener, and from that, Upsilon looked composed and organised. Lifon added a second in the first half, capitalising on Tigres' high-risk approach to reclaim the lead after a brief equaliser from Juan Batista D'Angelo, set up brilliantly by the tireless Heber Lopez. The second half was a battle of the wheels. Upsilon dominating possession and forcing Tigres deep. And then in the final few seconds, a moment of magic as Mohamed Galame, who had a quietly controlled game, dictating the rhythm throughout the match, struck late to seal the result with a third. Calm, composed, and devastating when it matters. Valentino Zegarelli, usually so influential, was effectively nullified, unable to carve opens in the space he typically thrives on. Steve Crump deserves credit for his officiating, cool under pressure and in full control of a fiery encounter. It was an excellent game of football, and they will now have the chance to play in the final with the title of world champions on the line. Thank you to all that have tuned in. To myself and Charlie McClellan. We'll be up next with semi-final 2 between Grafto Villeneuve Dask and West Bromwich Albion.
Quel match surprenant en première période, et puis une deuxième période intéressante où vous avez su marquer ce 3-1. Mohamed, est-ce que je peux avoir vos impressions sur ce match face aux Tigres de Pacheco?
Nous sommes tombés sur une... Les clubs, donc les 4 meilleurs clubs du monde sont présents. Et donc la première mi-temps, on a eu du temps pour se mettre en place et pour se trouver, notamment grâce à une très grosse défense. Et puis trouver, c'était...
Et du coup, j'ai une autre question pour vous, Mohamed. Petite question, le prochain match, on sait que il y aura Villeneuve d'Ascq et également les Anglais de West Bromwich Albion. Comment est-ce que vous sentez ce match et qui avez-vous envie de rencontrer?
Comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, hein, c'est une demi-finale, donc ça va être un très gros match de la même manière. Mais nous n'avons pas de préférence. De toute façon, pour gagner cette compétition, nous devons battre n'importe qui. Donc que le meilleur gagne et nous jouerons contre eux, hein.
Merci Mohamed et bravo pour cette victoire 3-1 contre les Tigres des Pacheco. Mesdames et messieurs, on se retrouve.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second semi-final of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. A colossal clash between Grafto Villeneuve Dask and West Bromwich Albion, live from the Prisme Arena in Bobigny, Paris, with the first spot in tomorrow's final now claimed by Upsilon Chatenay Malabry. The stage is set for two more European giants to battle it out for the remaining place in what promises to be an unforgettable final. Grafto Villeneuve Dask, the French champions, have been one of the most dominant forces in the tournament so far, topping Group B. They opened their campaign in devastating fashion with a 15-0 demolition of Rayados Powerchair of Mexico. Following that, they were held to a 1-1 draw by Aspire on day two in a tight tactical affair, but bounced back with a composed 3-0 win over Tigres de Pacheco, showcasing their control and patience in possession. That win ultimately secured them top spot in Group B and a smoother path to the semi-finals. When we're highlighting particular players, you have to focus on Florian Lechantre. The Belgian international has truly announced himself on the club stage at this tournament. Already leading the tournament scoring charts, he has blended clinical finishing with intelligent moving to devastating effect. Having had the privilege of commentating Belgium's qualification for the FIPFA Champions Cup at the FIPFA Cup 2022, Lechantre was amazing then, and it's no surprise we've seen that same influence carried into club football. Alongside him, Yusuf Ayadzadam has impressed with 5 goals to his name. He currently sits second in the top scorer charts and looks to be marking a breakthrough at this level. Brian Weiss, by his own ridiculously high standards, probably hasn't quite hit the heights we've come to expect just yet, but that's not to say his influence has been absent. Weiss has long been a player who delivers when the stakes are highest. And as we move into the final stages of this tournament, it would be no surprise to see him rise to the occasion once again. Looking at their opposition on the screen, West Bromwich Albion, their squad detailed there. They head into this semi-final looking to unlock their full potential. It's been a solid group stage from the English outfit. They ground out a 2-1 win over Club Nacional of Uruguay, which showed resilience. Despite defeat to host Upsilon Chatenay Malabry, they did well to restrict the success of the team now booked for tomorrow's final. And then lastly, they saw off Western Sydney Wanderers 3-0. What has stood out for me is their effectiveness from set pieces, a clear strength that could again prove decisive today. Head coach Chris Gordon and assistant coach Colin Gordon have rotated heavily across their 3 games, seeking that magic formula where the pieces really click. For me, Lucas Christa and Chris Gordon have been among the standout performers, offering moments of real individual quality and consistency. But as ever in this sport, it's not about individual moments, it's about cohesion, structure and trust. And if West Brom are to overcome this formidable Villeneuve Dask side, they'll need all 4 players on the court moving in sync and fully aligned. These two know each other well. They met each other at last year's FIPFA Champions Cup twice, drawing 0-0 in the group stage before West Brom edged them 1-0 in the 3rd place playoff. But with the stakes much higher here and the squad slightly different, particularly for West Brom, who are arguably not as strong as they were in Paris last year. Villeneuve will perhaps come in as favourites. But this is knockout football, and if West Brom can find the right balance today, anything is possible. My name is Ryan Sipple, and I'm once again joined on commentary by Charlie McClellan, as I have been for every game of this competition. Charlie, whether it's the relentless pressure and temperature of Paris or the incredible quality of football, it is really heating up, isn't it?
Yeah, it really does feel like the competition is really heated up now. And I have a feeling that this match could take it to near boiling point. Two giants of club Powerchair football, Villeneuve Dasc versus West Bromwich Albion. Ryan, you and I have commentated on the latter stages of several major international events now, and a French-English matchup, whether at club or international level, is almost inevitable. I agree with you, Ryan. For me, neither of these sides have produced the levels that we have come to expect from them in terms of performance so far in this competition. Their last two games of the group stage were probably the closest to that level that the sides have got, beating Tigres de Pacheco and Western Sydney Wanderers 3-0 respectively. They've both been slightly stunted going forward, not quite gelling as a cohesive unit, I don't think. That said, both sides possess a lot of individual quality, and if all of these players step up and play to the high standards that they have set for themselves, then this game will be an absolute cracker. Two sides who are painstakingly detailed tactically and leave no match situation unconsidered, with big game players, none more experienced than the two captains Chris Gordon and Brian Weiss. This game will be intense, with the prize of a date with Upsilon tomorrow evening in the FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup 2025 final on the line. Two nations steeped in Powerchair footballing history. I can't help but feel we have a bit of a treat in store here, Ryan.
I cannot wait. You're seeing Grafto Villeneuve Dasc on your screen. One of the major talking points for this game will be the reclassification of Florian Lechantre, the tournament's current top goal scorer. And whilst I never like to focus on classification of players, people will be wondering why he does not feature in the starting four of the French champions from PF1 to PF2. In Powerchair football, every team must field at least two PF1 classified players on the court at all times, with Brian Weiss and Slim Bouchetta also classified as PF2s. We know how important they are to the way Grafto Villeneuve Dasc plays. So Lechantre's new status adds a layer of complexity to Villeneuve's squad management. It now becomes impossible for the coaching staff to play all three together without breaching tournament rules, forcing them to rethink their rotations and tactical combinations. He has been in blistering form, showcasing clinical finishing and intelligent movement, and he just has that knack for finding space in crowded zones. So it'll be really interesting to see how and if he features, because Slim Bouchetta typically utilises the goalkeeper, and Brian Weiss being so important to the way the team plays, I don't know where he gets his minutes.
Yeah, I don't see him being able to feature, to be honest. I think this is an absolute nightmare for Villeneuve Dasc. He's one of the form players in the competition. For him to be reclassified the night before such a big game is, yeah, it's an absolute nightmare. Both for the player individually, Florian Lechantre, who I'm gutted for him that he's not going to be able to play in this one, but also for Villeneuve, who he undoubtedly, I think, would have started the game for. The good thing for Villeneuve is they've got a fantastic squad, and Julien René is hardly a bad replacement for Florian Lechantre. But yeah, it's gutting news for the Belgian international. And yeah, for Villeneuve, it definitely does put some food for thought, and it doesn't let them play that team that have been really swiping aside the competition so far.
In the centre for this one, we have Mark Simon Green, a highly respected Australian who referees with calm authority and a deep understanding of the game. It's made him one of the standouts of the competition, such a brilliant communicator. But we are ready to get things underway. Brian Weiss has the ball in the centre circle. The whistle is blown by the Australian referee, and we are underway with an immediate attack spearheaded by Brian Weiss. The squads that start in their entirety Grafto-Villeneuve Dask have Slim Bouchetta, Brian Weiss, Youssef Ayad Zidane, and Julien Grenier. And for West Bromwich Albion, I said I don't think they've quite figured out that formula yet. They've altered yet again. It looks like Matt Gilbert will be the deepest of the four players. In front of him, Chris Gordon, Brad Bates on one wing, and arguably the standout amongst their squad and competition so far, the man in possession now, Lucas Chrysler.
Yeah, I think they had to get Lucas Chrysler in somehow. I think it's weird that he's not playing in the central position. I would have liked to see him play there. I think he could have easily stepped up into this game in that position. I think he's really made it his own in this tournament. I was speaking to some of the West Bromwich Albion persuasion earlier, and they agreed with me that they feel that he's been their player of the tournament so far.
Just to address some comments in the YouTube chat about classification, players are all classified prior to competition, kick-starting here in Paris, and then those same classifiers will observe you within the game to ensure that their initial assessments of your ability are correct. It's not often it happens, but it has added a layer of complexity to Grafto-Villeneuve Dask. But as you say, Charlie, the replacement of Julien Grenier is far from disappointing. It's just maybe not the dynamism they have come to expect with Florian Lechantre. So Chris Gordon trying to push his team up. A pick-off from Brad Bates, closed down by another standout of the competition, Youssef Ayad Zidane. Bypasses Grenier. Into Brad Bates. Already 2 minutes in, it's safe to say, doesn't quite have the intensity in the opening minutes that Semi-Final 1 did. That was a breathless start between Upsilon Chatenay Malabry and Tigres de Pacheco. Just for context, if you're tuning in for the first time, across this competition, match officials have adopted a three-point system for contact fouls. 2 warnings followed by a yellow card, the fourth being a red. So keep an eye on that, because we've seen several bookings as Youssef Ayad Zidane can't quite make connection with that clockwise 180 out of play for a West Bromwich Albion ball.
Yeah, Villeneuve just trying to test West Bromwich Albion out at the back.
These two familiar rivals battling away. Do well to clear. It's a very unfamiliar role for Matt Gilbert. We watch plenty of English Powerchair football, Charlie and I, and there's not often I've seen him operated as the most defensive of the 4 players of West Bromwich Albion.
Yeah, he does it sometimes. He did it a few times last season, stepping in when, for example, Dylan Kelsall wasn't playing. But no, he is predominantly a winger.
Into Brian Weiss via Slim Bouchetta. For the Grafto-Villeneuve Dask coaches, and with that Florian Lechantre reclassification, it's probably Slim Bouchetta that would leave the court. I don't suspect, unless they had a very healthy advantage, that they would willingly take Brian Weiss out the action.
I don't think they'd. I think Slim Bouchetta, I think you're understating his importance to the team as well.
I want to reiterate that's certainly not the case. He's been brilliant. I've said that the success that teams have had, or that they've set up in games against Villeneuve Dask, and they typically surround Brian Weiss due to how competent and quality he is, and surrounding the captain has allowed Slim Bouchetta to have space to operate, and he's thrived. He's the unsung hero of the French champions. So a penny for the thoughts of Florian Lechantre, but Lucas Chrysler forcing his way up the court. The 2 number 8s out of play. Grenier down to Zadam, who just reverses into Matt Gilbert. See, whilst it looks fairly obvious as to the decision, there has been some strange decisions across the tournament thus far. And whilst Yusuf Ayad Zadam was the one reversing into Matt Gilbert, as has been the case across the competition, Matt Gilbert is deemed the aggressor. We apologise for any technical difficulties. Brian Weiss fires it goal-bound. Scoops up by Matt Gilbert. Desperately trying to force a way into the box. Nothing to separate these two. 6 minutes in. Chris Gordon, calm and composed, just commanding the edge of the box. But Julien Renier puts in a good shift and now in a good position to receive it. Keep an eye on Yusuf Ayad Zadam. They'll try and pick him out. This is what Slim Bouchetta does so brilliantly. Always alert, and that's very forceful from Matt Gilbert there, who looks as if he'll be given a warning. Again, it almost contradicts what we've seen, because across the competition, the stationary play is sometimes deemed as the aggressor. Whilst it looks fairly obvious, keeps us on our toes as commentators. As Brian Weiss sets up to take this direct free kick.
Yeah, this is a big chance.
Brian Weiss over to Julien Renier, that is an excellent goal. The initial distribution from Brian Weiss. And Julien Renier scores. Grafto-Villeneuve Dask 1, West Bromwich Albion 0.
Yeah, what a great finish from Julien Renier. Just finds that bottom corner. It's so precise, so precise. Yeah, that is lovely from Julien Renier. And Florian Lechantre, they're not missing his presence too much so far in this one.
You're seeing those drums be banged in the stands. What an excellent goal from Julien Renier. And now West Brom are going to have to summon something special. Lucas Chrysler into Chris Gordon. Brad Bates very isolated and surrounded by white shirts of Grafto-Villeneuve Dask.
So well managed by Brian Weiss.
We are approaching the water break at the midway point of this first half.
Contact given against Brian Weiss.
So Chris Gordon will take into Brad Bates. A nice brave pick-off. Takes it out the path of Julien Renier, the goal scorer.
Yeah, this is a difficult start for West Bromwich Albion.
Lucas Chrysler, the deep kick in into Chris Gordon, just punches it forward, met by Ayad Zadam. And that's not bad. That's going to be a kick in high up the court. And an opportunity for Chris Gordon to orchestrate almost a press to try and limit the spaces of this initial kick in as we observe the water break. I wonder if we'll be shown the replay of that finish. Simply world class. The initial distribution from Brian Weiss. But Julian Renier made it look far easier than it actually was. An incredible finish from the player stepping up in the absence of Florian Lechantre. You're probably going to see it now. The accuracy, taking Lucas Christ throughout the game. And Chris Gordon just watches it roll over his goal line. Timing was just perfect.
Yeah, this has been a much slower game than we saw earlier on. Much slower in terms of it's a lot more tactical. But to be fair, I guess you probably expect it. Sort of expect it from this game. It's not as... neither of these sides are as frenetic as Upsilon and Tigres de Pacheco are.
You're probably just seeing from the fans in the grandstand just how hot it is here. It was 35 degrees yesterday. It's not far off that today, so these water breaks really important. But we're back underway with Slim Bouchetta combining with Brian Weiss. Reversing from Chris Gordon. Slightly disorganised from West Brom, allows Brian Weiss to just split through the heart of their half. And he's going to flick it over to Yusuf Ayadzadam. That's not great from West Brom there. Slightly confused, whilst their fluidity and tactical flexibility are often a strength. If you're not singing off the same song sheet, it can be to the detriment of your organisation and your understanding of each other's roles. So an indirect free kick will be taken by Julian Renier, probably into the path of Brian Weiss. He might load up to shoot first time via the 180. It looks as if that will be the case, and he does. He fires it, but doesn't quite connect. Out of play for a West Bromwich Albion goal kick.
Yeah, they're just really probing here. Grafto Villeneuve, they've not really, to me, look like they've gone into top gear either yet. Feels like they've still got a bit more in the tank. West Bromwich Albion haven't really had a response to the way that they've been dominating this game so far. Brian Weiss is so good at the dummy. He's so good at making it seem like he's going to hit it and then just letting it roll out of play for a kick in and a goal kick. And every time this happens, they just have another moment to stabilise and just compose themselves. Grafto Villeneuve to ask.
Already, it's a far more composed performance from Brian Weiss than what we saw in that Aspire draw. I don't read a great deal into the Rayados win. And that was heavy contact between Slim Bouchetta and Brian Weiss. Likewise with the win over Western Sydney Wanderers. I don't think it's unfair to say that West Brom are one of the top teams they've faced in this competition thus far. So one that will really test Brian Weiss's ability to rise to these big occasions, as Julian Renier just controls that and invites Brian Weiss into the action. Swiped off of the chair of Lucas Christer, out for a Villeneuve Dask ball. 14 minutes in, still just one goal between the sides. Brad Bates so isolated up high. They just haven't been able to unlock his ability, as that ball's too deep and square from Brian Weiss. So Julian Renier isn't able to generate any chances from it. The drums are sounding as Julian Renier finds Yusuf Ayadzadam, and that is a big save from Chris Gordon. Yusuf Ayadzadam has been so clinical all tournament. And he had the opportunity to double the lead of the French side. It goes via Brian Weiss. Doesn't have the accuracy to find Ayadzadam. And a nice pick off. as Lucas Chrysler drives with force into the side of Julien Renier, who the referee's going to just make sure is okay. So a short break to ensure players can continue. You're seeing it there. Lucas Chrysler completely unaware as to the placement of the goal scorer. He will surely be deemed the aggressor. Will do well to escape a yellow card. He's just been spoken to by Mark Simon Green, which is the right thing to do. We spoke about the strength of Mark Simon Green's communication, and probably, Charlie, the right decision on reflection.
I do find it difficult because I don't think that Lucas Chrysler knew that Julien Renier was there, and he did drive into his path, but I do understand why he's been given a yellow, because it's very heavy contact, and as the reversing player, you have responsibility to know what's behind you when you're reversing. So
absolutely,
I get how that decision has been reached.
You can empathise with Lucas Chrysler, but ultimately that is the laws. As Brian Weiss into Youssef Ayadzadam, over to Julien Renier, just took a slight touch off of Chris Gordon, and Chris Gordon makes contact there. And to the shock of Ayadzadam, who again was the stationary player, was swiped into by Chris Gordon. He is deemed the aggressor. So Chris Gordon into Lucas Chrysler, can't get the angle, so it invites a shot from Brian Weiss from distance. Pick off from Brad Bates. Over to Matt Gilbert, that's better football, and had Matt Gilbert had the accuracy on that crossfield ball, Brad Bates was ready to pull the trigger, but Brian Weiss, one of his best traits and attributes is his ability to fragment and just halt the momentum of the opposition.
Yeah, he's so good defensively.
Ayadzadam was just a few centimetres too deep there, so didn't get the best control of the ball.
Yeah, he had a lot of time to think about that, Ayadzadam. I think that's a bit disappointing of a player of his quality. But yeah, this is a chance for West Bromwich Albion. Saw them score and use set pieces very effectively against Western Sydney Wanderers.
They're just going to adjust the headrest of Slim Bouchetta, one of the unsung heroes of the Villeneuve Dask side. If you're just joining us, we are fast approaching the half-time break in semi-final 2 of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. Upsilon Chatenay Malabry have already booked their spot in tomorrow's final, and the winner of this one will meet them. It's currently Villeneuve Dask 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. The goal scorer, Julien Renier. They are desperately trying to secure that headrest in place before we are back underway. Brad Bates to take into the box, into the side of Chris Gordon. Just hasn't worked out as of yet in this first half. No doubt they'll be looking to address it in the second via that half-time team talk.
Yeah, they're going to need something here, West Bromwich Albion. They need to be, first of all, they need to be more defensively solid.
Youssef Ayadzadam lines up a shot, blocked. And that's brave from Brad Bates, but going back has given them the ability to force forward as Julien Renier just throws himself into the challenges. Matt Gilbert showing those facial expressions, wanted the contact foul there, but he was just as aggressive as Renier was, with both trying to desperately win their side's possession as Julien Renier takes it quickly, and Brian Weiss tries to catch Lucas Chrysler set in at his near post. It's going to be a late corner ball. Seeing from that shot, there was a gap there that Chrysler had to close at the last second. But here is Brian Weiss. Julian Renier is going to attack it, and he finds the gap in between Lucas Chrysler and Chris Gordon. They do communicate, but it doesn't matter because Julian Renier doubles his own and his team's advantage. Grafto Villeneuve Dask 2, West Bromwich Albion 0.
Yeah, a brace for Julian Renier. So well finished. A great delivery from Brian Weiss. A massive gap between Gordon and Lucas Chrysler. West Bromwich Albion trail by 2-0. It's going to be a very difficult margin to overcome now. As we've just got to make sure it doesn't become worse before half-time. Confirmation, Julien Renier, scorer of both Grafto Villeneuve Dask goals at this stage.
Yeah, it is a commanding performance from the French National League champions as Youssef Ayad just wedges it and traps it along the chair of Lucas Chrysler. There's going to be real crunch talks on that Albion bench as we're now deep into additional time. They do not want to concede anymore. They're going to have to set, and Lucas Chrysler clears. Obviously, we had that water break and that adjustment to Slim Bouchette's chair, so probably 2 or 3 minutes over the regulation 20 will be added on. Into the box, Matt Gilbert, I think, could have angled his chair better there to maybe fire it out for a kick-in as opposed to a corner ball, just knowing how lethal they are. Both of Villeneuve Dask's goals have come via set pieces. One free kick, one corner. Brian Weiss supplied both into the path of Julien Renier. He's going to attack the post now. Out by Lucas Chrysler. Mark-Simon Green looks at his watch. He's going to allow one last counter-attack of West Bromwich Albion maybe before blowing up for half-time. Goes in the favour of Villeneuve Dasks. Over to Youssef Ayad. Nice adjustment. Shot on target. Pick off. Back by Matt Gilbert. Brad Bates in so much space. If Matt Gilbert can just find him. The option was there. The space was there. Just the pass selection. The wrong one from the West Bromwich Albion number 14. I don't know if it's because we're afforded a much better angle up high, but it looked clear from where we are sitting in the Prisme Arena. One final corner kick surely goes into the path of Julien Renier. Out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, this has been a very professional performance from Grafto Villeneuve Dask. Been so composed, so tactical, and just when they get those opportunities, using them to such great effect.
Yeah, half-time here in Paris, and it's Villeneuve Dask who head into the break with a 2-0 lead over West Bromwich Albion. The French side have dominated territory, pinning West Brom deep and dictating much of the tempo. Their opener came after a moment of real class. Julien Renier latching onto a beautifully delivered Brian Weiss free kick and applying a composed world-class finish. West Brom, by contrast, have struggled to create anything clear-cut, with Brad Bates often left isolated up front and feeding off scraps. Just before the break, Villeneuve doubled their lead this time. A well-worked set piece from a corner. Weiss, once again the provider, delivering with precision to Renier to strike his second of the match. West Brom have it all to do in the second half, while Villeneuve are just 20 minutes away from a place in the final of the 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Prisme Bobigny for the second half of this highly anticipated semi-final between Villeneuve and West Bromwich Albion. It's the French champions who hold the advantage, leading 2-0 after a dominant first half display. West Brom struggled to gain a foothold with their usual attacking threats, largely nullified by Brian Weiss, but they are back underway. They're unchanged in terms of player selection, but tactically they have mixed things up as they did in the latter stages of the first. Lucas Chrysler now the most defensive of the four players, but has to contribute in attack to create those overloads, but that will leave vulnerabilities as we're seeing potentially exploited now as Brian Weiss controls it. Back out to Youssef Ayad Zadam. A shot from Brian Weiss, peppered into the side of Lucas Chrysler.
Yeah, great start to the half for Villeneuve. That was really nice play between Zadam and Weiss. The shot, so much power on it.
Brian Weiss all the way to Youssef Ayad Zadam. I think it was a slight mishit from the captain. But Julien Renier back to Brian Weiss, can't get the angle. Now a potential break. The accuracy just not there from Matt Gilbert. No doubt he wanted to try and source Brad Bates on this right-hand wing as you're viewing it. Brian Weiss just bypasses Matt Gilbert, pushes it into the path of Youssef Ayad Zadam, who readjusts via a 180 positioning of his chair. He's going to attempt an effort here across the box, and that is a really important block by Chris Gordon, because Julien Renier, on for his hat-trick, was ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah, so much power on the play of Villeneuve, so fast. The ball's there across the area. Chris Gordon does very well to deal with that one.
Julien Renier into Ayad Zadam. Back into the path of the Villeneuve number 9. Dispossessed, and now a chance for Brad Bates, but Slim Bouchetta so alert in cutting out the dangers. You can see why he's so important to Villeneuve and how, unless they're able to secure 2, 3, maybe 4 more goals, Florian Lechantre unlikely to feature due to that reclassification from PF1 to PF2. But Julien Renier stepping up, as has Youssef Ayad Zadam all tournament. And Julien Renier guides it past Chris Gordon. Not enough to have the accuracy to see it inside that right-hand post. But just as the first half ended, the second half has started with French pressure.
Yeah, good play from Villeneuve. I think West Brom have got the right thing going with having the wingers a bit higher. It gives them more of an option to escape after they do dispel the Villeneuve attack. But Brad Bates was very frustrated. Colin Gordon on the sideline there. They need to try and pick the ball off. They can't be too passive in allowing the ball to just sort of roll out and be cut out by Slim Bouchetta. They have to be aggressive. They have to be front-footed, or they're not going to get anything out of Villeneuve here.
So free kick, immediately intercepted, and Youssef Ayad Zadam didn't have the angle. We're right above the action, so the shot was always going to go wide of that left-hand post, but Chris Gordon is going to have to be really considerate of those goal kicks, because all of the 3 of those French players are ready to pounce, and once again, Matt Gilbert just can't quite get his accuracy to find a teammate.
All of his passes being cut out at the moment.
Pick off from Brad Bates, keeps possession in the favour of West Brom momentarily as we get our first substitute of the game. Ollie Rock coming on in place of Matt Gilbert. He'll be disappointed. He didn't quite have the impact, the timing and/or connection when given the opportunity. It'll now be placed on the young shoulders of Ollie Rock as Brad Bates pushes it over to him for the first involvement. Chris Gordon trying to locate a teammate, which is proving easier said than done due to this high press.
Yeah, I want to see Ollie Rock ready to pick off into the inside there. I know the ball came in fast.
That's better, but the angle wasn't there on the pass from Chris Gordon. The intention was, that's what they're going to have to do, and you can see that's why they used that front bumper to pick it off back to Chris Gordon in his defensive box, who then has the angle to distribute to one of his high and wide wings, as we saw there. And I'm not sure why he hesitated. Would have liked to have seen him go back with that rather than look for the return pass. He had the space to roam into. An advantage played by Mark Simon Green. This is better as Brad Bates ready to receive, but it just clipped the corner of Brian Weiss's strike force.
Great play by Ollie Rock, though, there to recover, take the ball wide, win something for his team.
Into Chris Gordon, looking for Brad Bates on the return, but as often has been the case, Brian Weiss just cutting it out. Brad Bates into Lucas Chrysler. Doesn't make the connection, but it does go into the Villeneuve-Dasc penalty area. Chris Gordon to Brad Bates. Over the court, blocked by Yusuf Ayadzadam. Yep, 2-on-1 surely, but advantage played. And that's dangerous pass there from Lucas Chrysler because Chris Gordon wasn't set to activate his front bumper, and Brad Bates didn't have the angle on that occasion. But West Brom definitely growing into this. They're finding a lot of success in going back in order to go forward. He'll be tested now, Lucas Chrysler, and that's a lovely dummy from Chris Gordon. The return pass from Brad Bates. Ollie Rock was just too deep to receive that. He has to be more alert, constantly moving and changing his position to almost mirror his teammates. It's Brian Weiss very close to Yusuf Ayadzadam, who has an attempt, and he's unaware, and Julian Renier is at the back post to register his hat-trick. Lucas Chrysler just fell asleep there, and the Frenchman scores Grato Villeneuve-Dasc's third, and surely books his place in the Club World Cup final.
Yeah, I can't believe that's got through to the back post. It feels like something that should have been relatively easily cut out. That's really disappointing.
Whether or not Lucas Chrysler knew that Julian Renier was there or not, you cannot take chances when you are the final man in defence. And straight away, Brian Weiss looking to inflict even further damage. Flicked by Lucas Chrysler just when they were growing in confidence and getting into this game. What a game from Julian Renier, though, Charlie.
Yeah, what an unbelievably good performance. Hat-trick in a major semi-final. Villeneuve haven't reached the levels that I've been wanting from them in this competition so far. But this has been a statement performance. A very statement performance.
Slim Bouchetta to take. And we're seeing Florian Lechantre ready himself. I suspected, as we did both, that we would only really see him feature if they had a healthy margin. And Valentin Lefebvre and Florian Lechantre are coming on. So it'll be great to see him in this game, because I suspect, Charlie, he won't feature a great deal in the final if they're to book their spot there.
Yeah, no, I really doubt it.
Brian Weiss into the box, cleared by Lucas Chrysler, 2-on-1 in favour of West Brom. So Slim Bouchetta now on the bench. First time we've seen Valentin Lefebvre adorning that goalkeeper jersey, produced a sensational assist for Florent Lechantre's hat-trick yesterday against Tigres de Pacheco. It's Chrysler into Brian Weiss. Over to Lechantre, who attempts an effort at goal. No real venom to trouble Chris Gordon, but this is relentless as he's going to have a second attempt. Well broken up by Ollie Rock. I think the most concerning thing, Charlie, is the fact that whether it's Slim Bouchetta or Valentin Lefebvre, neither has had a great deal to do, if anything, in defence.
No, they've been very, very easily dealt with, West Bromwich Albion.
We spoke about this fixture potentially being the coming of Brian Weiss to this competition, and I would say it has been.
Yeah, he's been
several assists. I think he's got 3 assists now, and he's just controlling the tempo in the centre as he fires it out to Florian Lechantre.
Yeah, he's been utterly dominant, Brian Weiss. Water break now. But before that, there's just a conversation going on.
Again, as has been a reoccurring factor on Mark Simon Green's officiating, he communicates his expectations and his thoughts with the players. So we're going to observe that water break. And what a semi-final Grafto Villeneuve Dask are having in semi-final 2 of the FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup here in Paris.
Yeah, they have to be given so much credit. They have been excellent, absolutely excellent. So composed. Just seem completely unfazed by everything that has been going on within this game.
Seeing that chance from Youssef Ayad Zadam. More importantly, the quick interception from Brian Weiss. It's a strange goal. It's one that, on reflection, they'll be so frustrated that they conceded just when they were growing in confidence. I think the substitute of Ollie Rock injected a bit of pace, a little bit of energy into West Brom, but that man on your screens has really dented West Brom's hopes of being crowned world champions. Made it an almost impossible task. But we've seen the English come back against the French before.
Yeah, this would be a comeback of epic proportions.
France.
Beyond anything that England have ever achieved.
That's better from Matt Gilbert. Over to Ollie Rock, attempts an effort on goal. As he's back on in place of Lucas Chrysler. Brad Bate does the most defensive, a very different setup. This is much better, high-paced football between the 4 players of West Bromwich Albion. And they are seemingly really going for this. It's not often we see Brad Bate operating in a central role. I think they're just trying to get that pace and that power to distribute out to the high and wide wingers. That's why you're seeing this very wide shape. Ollie Rock so far in that top corner.
Oh, what a ball that is.
Ollie Rock has an attempt at goal, fired inside the post. That was sensational.
Wow, what a goal from Ollie Rock. That is an absolute screamer, kisses the post and in. I don't know if it will end up meaning a huge amount, but it will mean a lot to the young West Bromwich Albion winger.
You're seeing those
What a
replays, the
finish.
gap between Lefebvre and Brian Weiss. And now, with just over 5 minutes plus any additional time, is there a slimmer of hope, Charlie?
There might be. I mean, there is, simply because
Brad Bates needs to be careful of his placement there, but it goes up the court.
there is a glimmer of hope, but only because, you know, Powerchair football can be a crazy game. I still think, on balance, Villeneuve have been very controlled this game, and that was, I don't want to call it a freak goal, but that was a moment of magic from Ollie Rock, and I don't think a symbol of the shifting of the tides at all.
Brad Bates and Brian Weiss in the battle. Is he going to try and regain that 3-goal advantage? Happy to let that roll out for a goal kick, sorry, a corner kick. They're going to manage this game now. These are experienced international players. And it over to Florian Lechantre, saved on the line by Chris Gordon, and a follow-up effort from Brian Weiss. We said this game, he could really come into his own. He's controlled the tempo. The first effort was brilliantly saved by Chris Gordon, and that second from Brian Weiss, brilliant.
What a strike from Brian Weiss. This has been his game. Wow, 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 what a strike. I don't really have a lot else to say. That is just what he's done. He's been absolutely unstoppable today. The Brian Weiss we come to expect, and if he plays like this tomorrow against Upsilon, we're going to have a magnificent game in our hands.
Out to Yusuf Ayad Zidane. Into the path of Gilbert. His passing and distribution since his reintroduction has been so much better, so much cleaner.
Yeah, I don't know where this has been from West Bromwich Albion since the first whistle, though, so I would have loved to see them play like this. Consistently, as Youssef Ayed, the dam is replaced by Julien Renier.
Into Chris Gordon, closed by Florian Lechantre. Bates into the centre, blocked by Brian Weiss, into the hat-trick hero, Julien Renier. Controls it, forces it into this corner, into the path of Brian Weiss, unselfish, into Florian Lechantre. And now Ollie Rock intercepts. But the closing down of Julien Renier limited Chris Gordon's options. That's really nice. Just sent Florian Lechantre packing in the other direction, but just a little bit too much pace for the West Bromwich Albion captain to catch up.
Yeah, it's been nice football at times from West Brom, particularly since they've sort of let loose a little bit and realised that they have to go all-out attack.
The ball placed down. We are approaching the final minute of regulation time. It will be Grafto-Villeneuve Dask in the final. It will be an all-French final. And that will, of course, mean that West Bromwich Albion will contest the third-place playoff against Tigres de Pacheco. Valentino Zegarelli against his former side.
Looking forward to that one, but obviously the final is what everyone's got their eyes on. An all-French final here in France is going to be a fantastic occasion.
Florian Lechantre flicks it, Goulburn, and gets his goal! West Brom, of course, committing so many players forward. He's had a really emotional 24 hours. His competition has been turned upside down with that reclassification. You're seeing just a muted, emotionless celebration, but it won't matter because he has just put the cherry on top to see Grafto-Villeneuve in the final of the Powerchair Football Club World Cup. Grafto-Villeneuve 5, West Bromwich Albion 1.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a demolition job from Grafto-Villeneuve from minute 1. They have been so strong in this game.
Now deep into additional time. It'll be really difficult for Chris Gordon to process this, knowing how much of an elite mentality he has, wanting to win at all costs. But the French and the Belgian, for that matter, in Florian Lechantre have just been a class above, as Lechantre, late damage trying to be inflicted. Chris Gordon pushes it into the path of Matt Gilbert. They just took too long to get going, West Brom, and have been punished every time they've committed forwards, as Brian Weiss looks to add a second to his name. Fired shot. He can generate so much power.
Substitution late on for West Bromwich Albion.
Yeah. Abigail Bolt on for Matt Gilbert. She'll be lucky to get 30 seconds. Brian Weiss flicking it round Chris Gordon, met by Brad Bates. An attempt wide of the post.
And one final change for Villeneuve as well. Slim Bouchetta replacing Brian Weiss.
Brad Bates down to Abigail Bolt. Florian Lechantre looking to register the 6th goal of the team on home soil as Abigail Bolt forces it down the court. A late chance for West Brom. It'll be nothing more than a consolation as Ollie Rock fires it across the box, caught in two minds almost, because nor was it a shot, nor directly in the path of Brad Bates. As Chris Gordon creates the opening, now Julien Renier beautifully reversing down that right-hand wing. That's really nice play to just lock it up and ensure that clock winds down to the full-time whistle into Slim Bouchetta. Over to Florian Lechantre. What a goal that would have been.
Yeah, you'd expect Lechantre to do better with that. It's a fantastic ball across from Renier, who has been sensational in this game. Chance for Lechantre, maybe overcomplicated it with the style of finish he went for in the end. As that's full time, so Grafto-Villeneuve are the second and final team to make it through to tomorrow's 2025 FIPFA Powerchair Football Club World Cup final. They will take on fellow French side Upsilon Chatenay Malabry to see who will be crowned champions of the world. A statement performance from Brian Weiss's side. He was instrumental. Julien Renier, who was just on your screen, scoring a hat-trick. What a performance from Grafto-Villeneuve. The reigning French champions domestically. Unbelievable. Show of strength. their best performance of the competition so far. And if they play like that tomorrow, it's going to be a fascinating game.
Yeah, from the first whistle, they imposed themselves. They were controlling the territory, dictating tempo, and asking constant questions of West Brom's defence. Julian Renier was the star of the show in the first half, scoring twice. The second from a well-worked Brian Weiss corner before completing his hat-trick, Julian Renier, in the second. Ollie Rock's introduction gave the English side a spark. His brilliant 180 strike off the post brought the scoreline to 3-1 and gave West Brom a flicker of hope. But Villeneuve's quality in possession, composure under pressure, and tactical sharpness quickly reasserted themselves. Brian Weiss, a standout throughout, added a fourth with a composed finish after a defensive lapse, and Florian Lechantre rounded things off late with his, I believe, his 9th goal of the competition, solidifying his place as the top scorer. His lack of celebration may hint at the recent reclassification, but West Brom gave everything, but they were ultimately undone by a side in supreme form. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in to myself and Charlie today. We will be back tomorrow for the big one. The full schedule will be out across the social media page and on the website in the coming hours. See you all then.
Je suis avec Julien Renier. Quel Julien Renier! Quel match incroyable face à West Bromwich Albion. Julien, j'aimerais avoir tes impressions. On se rend compte que ce match a été bien dominé de bout en bout. Alors oui, certes, ils ont marqué un but, mais en tout cas, vous avez maîtrisé ce match.
Non, on est assez content de notre prestation. C'était un match aéré, c'est des matchs qu'on aime jouer. Maintenant, on n'est pas venu pour gagner juste une demi-finale, on est venu pour remporter la compétition, donc on est concentré pour demain.
Triplé, Julien, triplé. Comment est-ce qu'on fait pour pouvoir marquer un triplé en demi-finale?
Il faut avoir des bons coéquipiers, déjà, parce que sans eux, on ne marque pas, hein. Forcément, ça paraît banal, mais après, je suis content de ma prestation et celle de l'équipe.
Et dernière petite question, prêt pour la finale?
Grave prêt, on est là pour ça.
Merci Julien, merci beaucoup Julien. Mesdames, messieurs, on se retrouvera demain.